yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke
shut us
moralists.
up.
Up around and find out.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what. Do you see the final expression?
Ooh, so exciting, right?
In terrorist groups.
Look at this. I'm gone forever and a half, and people still invite me to shit. Isn't it amazing?
We'll see.
All right, no pressure. I got this.
Hello.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Big show today, right?
Very big show, and we have a very special guest here.
I was about to say, we got a special guest too. Go ahead.
I'm doing the intro, Matt.
You do the intro.
No, you do it, yeah.
No, you do it. You do it.
No, you do it.
No, you.
No,
You do the intro because you're bringing our guest on.
Someone do the intro.
Well,
If you-
Car, welcome to the show. It's so nice to have you.
Hey, it's good to be here. I was going to say, if somebody didn't do it soon, then I was going to. I don't even know what the script is. Basically, reading shit is my whole skill. So, yeah, it's really great to be here, guys. Thank you so much for having me on. I don't know if I've been on with Mr. Bender or Mike yet, but David Dole, I know we've done a stream before at least once, and Lance is a good buddy. So, yeah, I'm happy to be here. Hope I don't disappoint.
There you go.
Happy
I mean,
to have
Lance,
you.
why didn't you do the intro then? You make no sense.
I know. I'm a bunch of contradictions.
Yeah, I thought this was Lance's show. I just thought it would just be me and him, and then I'm like, wait, no, it's.
I've never implied that. You're starting drama already.
I didn't want to step on anyone's toes. I didn't want to be like, oh, here's the guest that I booked and brought on. No, I didn't want to step on anyone's toes.
That's true. So I did ask her to come on. I'll quickly explain why. I think right now there's a big discussion around male loneliness, and obviously there's this weird thing when it comes to this discussion where oftentimes it's getting framed like the reason that Andrew Tate's or all these people succeed is because there's no alternative on the left, and I don't fully agree with that because I think at the end of the day, misogyny will exist with or without like a really powerful leftist Andrew Tate. But I think that there should obviously be really healthy content about good masculinity, positive masculinity, fresh masculinity, whatever you want to call it. And I think Carr is a really good example of that, at least in every discussion I've had with him and the stuff that he advocates for, often really promoting very, very good discussions surrounding these kind of topics. So it's one of the reasons I wanted to ask him to come on.
Yeah, that's great. Car, can you give us a little bit of insight into that? Because I've been seeing this as well, and I've also heard, like, I haven't been in the discourse as much, but there's this talk that the left doesn't have a response to the issue of male loneliness, hence why so many young men are drifting towards the alt-right. And what is kind of like your general take in response to that?
Well, my take on it isn't controversial, but skirts the line of it, because I think that in online spaces, we amplify the intensity of the issue. And when I say the issue, I mean specifically this supposed lack of communication to lonely young men. There's an issue there because I think that, living in a capitalist settler colony alienates all of us to some degree. I think that what we are seeing is how corrupt patriarchy actually is, and in fact, it will absolutely poison other men and cut the legs out from other men, in addition to, shooting down on women and minorities. So I think that when it comes to the role of online content creators, I think our first and foremost focus is to be an example of positive masculinity, or at the very least, don't actively be toxic. And I think a lot of people are actually doing that. I think people online have existed at least for a solid 5 years or so, or even longer, that have been speaking to those issues. In terms of what to do about it going forward, I think that we could definitely have more stuff devoted to being a good person. And the last few times I've been asked to talk about this, people say, well, how do you be a good man? We tell you what not to do. Nobody tells you what to do. And I say the same thing. It's not about being a good man. It's about being a good person. Regardless of how you view the role of masculinity in society, ultimately what it boils down to is whether or not you're contributing more good to yourself, to your family, and to the people around you. And that, at its core, is being a good person. I would say that to a man. I'd say that to a woman. I'd say that to a boy or a girl or a non-binary pal. It doesn't actually matter. There's steps that we can take in a society that has left us so atomized, mostly due to capitalism, but some cultural aspects as well, that we can go back to being a good person, and also finding in that process how to better connect with people and curb some of that alienation that we're experiencing. Sorry for my too long answer to a simple question.
No, I love that. I think that's
no, yeah, it was really good too. Someone was asking in the chat, like, don't women get lonely too? Absolutely.
Yes,
I think when you
absolutely.
look at those charts, sometimes you'll see this, like, there's just a generic amount of like loneliness and mass alienation that's occurring, right? I think one of the biggest things that's striking when you see the, like, look at the rise of male loneliness, and then they try to show you there's also, of course, a rise in the amount of, like, women who are experiencing obviously anxiety, depression, all that kind of stuff as well. It like no one will be spared in the current paradigm. But it's one of those things where I worry sometimes, because I don't think men raised as masculine, hyper masculine men are equipped with the same tool sets to be able to deal with a lot of the problems in their lives, such as like the very act of being empathetic is seen as being too feminine or too gay, or aspect of that, or sharing, or being vulnerable. That's another really big one, right? Like, just the very act of being vulnerable in front of another man sometimes will even just like even if it's like one of your best friends, will shut the other dude down, because they'll suddenly be like, oh, well, I mean, what are you doing here, bro? This is gay shit. What are we talking about, right? And it's like, well, it just sucks that we vilify so many things at once in that act,
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think that part of what we're dealing with is what the system has brought upon us. Like, the fact of the matter is that, we do live in a patriarchal system. So in that process, we forced, gender of a binary sort down 2 lanes. And one of those lanes just says you will get up every day, you will put on your tie and your suit, you will go and you will make money, and then you will meet a woman, marry, have kids with her, and provide for that family. And you stop and think, well, do I spend time with my kids and connect with them on an emotional level? Fuck that shit. No. You come home and you drink your emotions away, pussy. And so that is sort of where men were pushed, women were pushed. You're going to be a caregiver, you're going to be a homemaker. In the process, what they were forced to do, and part of what they were taught to do, is have to connect with. They're expected to connect with their children. They're expected to console the children. They're expected to connect with other women, throughout the process of being a homemaker. We're going back a few hundred years, at least just in my country. And because they were forced into those roles, and now we're living in the society that we have now, one that I worry the biggest problem is our society atomizes people really hard. You have generation after generation of guy. You have young men now and their fathers suffering from the same thing, where they just didn't really learn how to connect with people at anything other than a surface level. You stop and talk to some of these guys. I'll use my father as an example. The majority of his friends are guys he worked with, and he doesn't really hang out with any of his friends. Now, he's in his 70s now, so he's certainly been to a number of their funerals, but that was the extent of his connection with people, and so that was the extent of his connection with me. And there was no room for emotional depth. You're a boy, be a man. Do what you have to do. Don't complain about it. Things like that. And so we realize that we can't maintain that. That's not sustainable. It's not healthy and it's not sustainable. So what are you left with? You're left with this same level of disenchantment that a lot of early 20-somethings get. Maybe they get out of high school. Maybe they make it through a few years of college. And you look out and it's just like, okay, this is it. Now what? And you've been equipped with so little to get you through society and to get you through this world. And I think that is an area that, you know, we absolutely could speak to, but I really don't think that that is a leftists do it worse than a right winger does it thing. I think that is more the fact that right wingers convinced them that this unfair system can benefit them if they just take the right steps, if they support the right people. Leftists point out to them that no, this system is broken and it's killing us, which is what it's doing. You know, we don't have a positive prognosis of operating within the system. We tell them we really need to operate outside of or remove this system. And that is a much more difficult and complex message to communicate. And that's the same with all of the right wing's messaging. You, like, all of you guys here are far more experienced than I am countering right wing propaganda. And you know as well as I do that if you're explaining, you're losing, you know. And that's the same thing talking to young men online. It's very easy to point to them at the spooky, scary feminists that are ruining everything and just point to this lofty, glowing city up on the hill of government-issued wives and subservient women and the Ferrari or the Lambo and the nice paycheck and the alpha male that does what he wants. Yeah, that's an easy thing to put in somebody's head because it's also the shit that's in our movies, too, and our video games. It's much harder to tell people, so like, hey, human interaction is something you have to work at. There's some nuances to it that may not come naturally to you, but you'll find it gets easier over, you know, I've already lost them at that point. So that's the struggle there, I think.
Yeah, I could see why that message resonates because it's true. You know, there's no guidebook. Like when you get out of college, there's no like set path for yourself. You're kind of just left wondering, what do I do next? And that's where I think that some of these hucksters can kind of fill the void. Like, you know, Jordan Peterson. It's, oh, well, here's what you do. Clean your room. Do this, do that. And that's how these like alpha bros / red pill types, you know, they give people that path. They say, well, if you do this, like the traditional thing, then, you know, this is going to give your life some purpose, some meaning, when in actuality, they're just reinforcing the system, as you said, that has been killing us all. So, yeah, I think that that's a really important avenue that needs to be explored more. So I'm glad that there are people like you who bring sanity to this discussion because I feel like it's not necessarily that explored, at least from a leftist perspective. You just see these nasty people like Andrew Tate trying to fill that void and filling young men with like terrible ideas, and that's really worrying. So I'm glad that there are people pushing back against that like you and just trying to teach them how to be a good person, right? Because that's nobody knows. Like, we're all just kind of like, you never really feel like you're an adult, right? You might be an adult, but nobody, like, I still feel like, you know, am I an adult? Do I know? We don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm a complete child. Yeah, no. Yeah. It's, you know, some of it is due to economic changes. When, for our parents, my parents, I have old parents, so for some of you, perhaps even your grandparents, life was very simple. There was no cell phones and there was no Facebook or surfing online. Your lifelong friends was the person you happened to live next door to when you were a kid. Your world consisted of the three channels on your television and the local newspaper. After that, maybe what you got on the radio. But more importantly, when you had that outlook, you had those avenues open to you of what you could do and a clear-cut path. You would say, okay, well, I'm not much for book learning. There's a factory outside of town. There's a coal mine outside of town. That's my life now. You go down there, you work, you get a pension, you start a family, and you retire. And you use that and you're able to buy a home. So you're able to get material resources that can secure your existence, right? And find you some degree of comfort. Or you say, you know what, I want more for myself. Okay, I go and I pay the $200 entry fee at the local public university because we used to subsidize these things in my country. And you actually get a degree in engineering or the soft sciences or anything like that. And you go and you get a highly skilled field. You become a doctor, you become an engineer, you become a lawyer, and you provide for your family. Same old thing, though. Now, we don't have that clear-cut path, you know? A young man, unless he is from the privileged class or lucky, which I don't leave out the fact that some people have the right set of academic or economic skills at the right time, or they're born into wealth. If they don't have one of those, you get out of high school. And even if, you know, you may have some avenue via loans or grants or grandma's money to pay for college, you're kind of just looking at this world and you're just like, what in the hell am I going to do? You know, let alone time to sit back and think like, well, like, maybe I'd like to connect with someone. Maybe I'd like to get married one day. Maybe I'd like to have kids one day. What would that be like? We're not even going through those mental processes. And then on top of all of that, you know, we're not really truly training people to be adults. And that's been a lament for a long time. You know, I'm not just saying, oh, we used to have home ec classes in my day, but we're not actually training people on the psychological rigors of being an adult. What does it mean to share a space with people different than you? What does it mean to connect and communicate with people from a different background than you, from a different religious upbringing from you, from a different gender than you? Maybe they might even be a different gender than assigned at birth. And you don't know what to do because we pushed you out into a society that's going to help you little to none in that process. So no steps in that process are going to be eased along the way. So now what do you do? And I think I like that you brought up Andrew Tate. I did do a video on the guys. At first, I try not to make videos on hot button issues. I try to locate things that are maybe being under discussed, but you know, I saw an element of this that even the advertiser friendly version of me, FD Signifier, hadn't talked about yet. And I noticed the fact that a lot of these guys that were making the rounds a year ago, that were being talked about a year ago, they're men of color. You know, Andrew Tate, you know, Kevin Samuels before he passed away, the Fresh and Fit podcast. A lot of these guys are men of color. Yeah, Sneeko is black and Filipino, I believe. So, then I'm wondering, I'm like, some of these guys, a lot of these guys that are really topping the charts, that are really, really, really pulling in all the clicks and the reaction and all the content, like, they're not white. I mean, yeah, you've got your Jordan Petersons and you've got, you know, people like Steven Crowder and shit like that. But these guys here are really tapping something with the young men. And they're also not white guys. And you know, to me, I saw the very unique combination of issues that patriarchy has saddled us with the issues that capitalism has saddled us with the issues that racism and institutionalized racism has saddled us with. Because you take all those things I rambled about earlier that are weighing on a young man's shoulders, now add the fact that you're a black man in America with all of that. You know, add the fact that, you know, people are going to stare at you in a store. People are going to pull their children closer or clutch their purses when you walk by. The shit is intensely alienating. I know. I lived it. I am a 6'6" black man, so I experienced it firsthand. And that's what, you know, prompted me to start thinking about these things and tell people, hey, you know, if you guys want to talk about positive masculinity, I'll throw my hat in the ring. I think that it's something that I've spent years unteaching what my father taught me, and I might have some input to give to other people who might be listening. So
I think something too that's not often spoken about is how the dynamic kind of just fucks everyone over. Because like on one end, yeah, men are supposed to be the earners, protectors, that, and then on the other end, it's basically women. Your value in society is going to be based on how hot you are, and then you'll become basic property and possessions for men to acquire. Like that's like basically the two directions that the whole thing goes in, right? So that's what I try to say when I'm like, the whole structure from the ground up, it screws everyone over. It's terrible. It's unhealthy for everybody.
It very much is. It's killing us. It's literally killing us because, you know, it all with that. There's no self-care either, right? It is a known fact. I don't know if anyone else here has lived in a predominantly black neighborhood or a low income one, but heart disease is our fucking grim reaper. Okay. Hypertension runs in my family. I have it. I'm on 2 medications for it. this stress and not taking care of yourself and not eating right. And then if you start following guys like Fresh and Fit, now you're getting roided up and you're not these guys, for how healthy they claim to be, they really, really don't seem to put a lot of stock in going to the doctor, getting checkups, getting therapy, you know? They don't strike me as particularly healthy at all. I mean, I thought I saw on the news, and you guys probably watch Twitter a little closer than I do. Isn't Andrew Tate like ill, like pretty sick right now? I thought I'd seen like the guys having organ failure and crap like that, being hospitalized. Yeah, it's not good for you. Stress isn't good for you.
Right.
Everyone is mentioning right now, by the way, the Donald Trump mugshot has just been released. If you want to put it on the screen.
Oh, breaking news here.
Let me get it.
Breaking.
The funny thing is, so
I posted it. I didn't want to interrupt though, because the conversation we were having was a bit more important than.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, listen, I'm here for the
That's
shit
more long-term
posting
value.
too. That's fine. I'm here for however long y'all want to be here. If that's shit posting or talking about real issues, I can do either.
We do
I'll
both.
bring it up. Well,
Here you
what's
go.
funny
Yes,
is
yes.
I could send it to you right now. Here you go.
I got it.
Bring it up.
It doesn't look all that much different than the fake one, which is funny.
So you're
It's
telling me
professional
the
quality. It's
AIs
not taken
were
with a
on point?
professional Camera.
Huh.
Yeah. Wow, he looks mad.
So
Mr.
is this confirmed?
It's
Yeah, this is-
confirmed.
yes.
Yes,
This
it's
is the
on
real one.
CNN.
Wow.
I saw this one going around.
He took it in the full
shortly
There was
after
a
I,
fake
like-
one. This
Yeah, there was a
was,
fake one.
think about
That's
That looks a
great.
lot like it. Yeah,
yeah, this is
that
like
was
so
the fake one.
similar.
Wow.
but you could tell
Really not
no mugshot
The real
camera is
one's
that high
worse.
quality.
Yeah. it
No.
doesn't look too good.
No police
When I first
stations
saw it,
using
I
a
was
camera that
questioning it.
high.
Yeah. When I first saw this, I was questioning it, but all these people that I like that are like prominent and respectful were sharing. I'm like, I guess it's real, and then it turns out no, they just got it from someone
never
else.
believe just because you see other people posting.
But
You
we're
gotta
talking
look
like
into
you
it.
know,
God, he looks
respectable,
terrible.
like million follower accounts. Like, what the
Yeah,
hell?
that doesn't mean nothing. Doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah, it's
Apparently
worthless.
not.
Now. Anyone can buy a check mark.
Yeah. This is great.
But,
though. This is
I'm
better
not
than
sure
I
what to
hoped.
think of this. I mean, it's a mugshot.
I think
It's not much here.
I think huge missed opportunity here for him not to smile.
Right.
He really should have smiled. You know,
Yeah.
this is like we've seen this Trump demeanor before.
True.
We've seen this Trump type of expression, this Trump picture before. This is not going to sell like hotcakes on T-shirts. Like, don't get me wrong, it'll sell, but it's not going to be anything special. If he had smiled, though, oh my God, that would have been like an iconic sort of mugshot.
Yeah.
He could have raised so much money off of
It'd
that
have been the
photo. I
next
don't know
Che
why he didn't.
Guevara picture. But my issue is I feel like we on this end of the spectrum just got robbed of an opportunity of him having the height marker and identification card. Why did they cut him slack on that?
Well,
I
he also
want to see that.
self-reported his own weight. They didn't weigh him. He self-reported it. He said he weighs 215 pounds.
So
Bullshit.
Insane.
Bullshit.
6'3",
He also-
215. There's
he
no
grew it
way in hell.
He
Well,
is
like,
6'3",
literally
but
from
he
his
weighs
last
way
race.
more than 215.
That's literally like the
100%.
stats for like Kurt Angle or some other really like fit pro wrestler. Like literally, that's like the perfect pro wrestling height and weight. There's no way he's 6'3", 215 pounds.
No, any picture of him, the guy looks like New York pizza dough. Like, come on. I remember the beginning of his presidency, and the whole point was they're like, hey, this job takes a lot out of you. You should work out and not sit and watch television and drink 12 Diet Pepsis a day.
So
Jesus.
At his arraignment in April, former President Donald Trump told police he weighed 240 pounds and stands at 6 feet 2 inches, meaning that he gained an inch and lost like 30 pounds between the two arraignments. 25 pounds, sorry.
So with that
He worked
mugshot,
out.
one thing that jumped out at me, do you think he got makeup touched up before they took it?
I mean, I'm sure they let him.
I'm not seeing a lot of blemishes with his normal, umber highlight there. Do you think he got
It's
it?
very
He got his spray on touched up right before they took it.
Right. We've seen what he
And
looks
put
like
the-
without that spray on.
Yeah.
Like Mar-a-Lago when he's not prepared and he's just like in the dining hall and someone just goes over and takes a picture with him.
Yeah.
He
It's
looks old.
nasty.
He looks like a grandpa.
Yeah.
He looks
Yeah.
like his age.
I remember, I think
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
Ash Coffin that said, you know he's faking because she's like, I'm Scottish and I know that we have corpse skin. So he's got to be spraying something on to hide his corpse skin. And like, yeah, you see him when that shit starts coming off. And yeah, no, I think they let him touch it up. You can see around his eye sockets that it's less there. And
if you compared that picture to the interview that he did with Tucker Carlson last night, it looks more clean. Like it looks like a fresher spray. So yeah.
Yeah, and his collar is starched. Like he didn't take the suit off while being booked or even loosen the tie. Like I can imagine the conversation there in the booking room, his handlers probably saying, no, give him 10 minutes to please, just his tie and his collar and reapply some spray real quick around the edges and give it a quick comb on the hair. No, it's interesting. This looks better than a lot of public pictures of him, which is interesting.
Yeah. By the way, I did share a link to the screenshots of the co-conspirators. There's Sidney Powell. I believe Rudy Giuliani included in this. And that is also really wild to me. I love Jenna Ellis' smile there.
Jesus Christ.
Look at her smile.
See, some of them went all in. And I think she has the smile of someone that knows she's going to spill every fucking thing.
Oh, yeah.
And whereas...
Terrible.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he looks really disheveled and fucked up.
He looks like he rolled out of bed.
Someone said I think it was the guy from Eve 6, the Eve 6 account, said that guy looked like QAnon O'Brien. Conan O'Brien.
Eve 6. Hey, you should poll your watchers to see how many people know what that is.
I think that John Eastman also, he looks a little bit like he's out of his mind. I think that Giuliani looks extremely pissed off. Ken Cheesebro, you could tell he's kind of seething as well. I just love how blown out the lady in the middle is. I don't know her name off the top of my head.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Did they shine the light on her face?
She's really pale naturally, and she has she has like that platinum blonde hair, and so they kept the same lighting for her as everyone else, and it blew out the exposure. Just like you can see the flash highlights on Giuliani's fucking head. And
yeah, like 4 of these are definitely overexposed.
Yeah, maybe they switched operators on the camera. It's amateur work, honestly. But Giuliani looks exactly as I expected because tying his thing to Trump destroyed his career. Mm-hmm. That is a man defeat. He's not going to be able to stay barred anymore. He's not getting elected to any offices. No one's hiring him.
40 cases related to the 2020 election so far. Like in terms of lawyer scores, I don't know if it works like fighters or anything like that, but that's abysmal.
Yeah, no, he is wrecked, and he knows that his career is shot, and now he's potentially facing federal prison time because he rode that orange comet straight into oblivion. It's hilarious to me. I will take a moment to enjoy some love. What the fuck? To enjoy some lovely Schadenfreude for this rogues gallery that you have here.
It's from Happy Toast here.
Happy Toast. I've got to say, I have to admit that I do think that Jenna Ellis it's a good photograph, and as far as mugshots are concerned, one thing that stands out to me is that Rudy Giuliani, he doesn't have the paint on his hair. Remember the black goo that was dripping down?
Oh yeah, his hair color.
I think he stopped doing that.
Yeah, he's going all natural, baby.
Smart.
Right, very smart, because that was not a good look.
Yeah. Stop using that.
Wow.
That fucking Grecian formula for men shit. Jesus Christ. I remember that. That was fun.
Powell looks really fucked up. Like the bags under her eyes. Like she hasn't slept in days. Man.
Does the guy in bottom right corner, did he get socked? Like, does he have a shiner or like a scar on his forehead?
Maybe.
Over his left eye, over his right eye there's like a red line. I don't know if that's the Flash, and they just overexposed him.
I think it's just the Flash.
Oh. I'm like, did they already get mugged in prison? That didn't take long.
There were some comments from Trump here. I guess we could hear what this loser had to say.
That happened. If you
It's super low again. Okay. By the way, the audio. Anyone listening? Because people were freaking out last night during the debate because we couldn't. Like the audio on the debate was a little too low. StreamYard is terrible when it comes to audio options. But if we let me know if you guys can hear this because I can hear this because it's my computer, but it may be an issue for you.
Challenge an election. You should be able to challenge an election. I thought the election was a rigged election, a stolen election, and I should have every right to do that. As you know, you have many people that you've been watching over the years do the same thing, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Stacey Abrams or many others. When you have that great freedom to challenge, you have to be able to, otherwise you can have very dishonest elections. What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones, too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been an
Yeah, guys, I know it's a little low. It's the best we can do.
This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have three other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all. And we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think it's very dishonest. So thank you all very much.
Okay, same bullshit.
Yeah, so I want to show you a clip. So I don't know if you watched the entirety of his Tucker Carlson interview. Unfortunately, I did for some reason. And I have, well, I listened to it while I was doing stuff, when I was at the gym and like cleaning a little bit. But there's a portion of it. I don't have the timestamps, but I put it in the video that I covered. So he is going to directly contradict himself here. Let me see. I'm finding the timestamp here, and I'm sharing the link with you. But it's so shameless. This is my video that I just put up here, by the way. Nobody click away from this, but definitely watch it later. But should save the timestamp, because he's gonna make that same point and then follow it up by face planting.
So sorry, where is it?
So it's at the 15-minute mark. Like 15:30, I want to say. Although you could watch the beginning too, that DeSantis clip after.
I saw this video today. It's a great video.
Yeah, about right there. Contradict himself as he tries to make this point.
The Attorney General or the District Attorney, Fannie Willis, in Atlanta, she's getting killed. Basically, she's saying Trump doesn't have the right to criticize an election. But you've been around long enough now. You've seen many elections criticized. I mean, Hillary Clinton goes crazy. Every time she talks, she says, he's not the president, Jimmy Carter said, he's not the president. Well, I am the president. Hillary Clinton called me, by the way, at 3:02 in the morning to congratulate me the night of the election.
And that right there is the fucking difference, Donald.
Yeah, like what the hell? Like, what is he?
I mean,
he's making the case against himself.
yeah. I can't believe that he said that. And he just kept talking after that. Didn't even realize that he just completely contradicted himself. It's just...
Didn't he kind of just give the game away a little bit?
Right?
Yeah.
But he just keeps going. Just keep talking, and it's fine. You know, of course, Tucker didn't call him on it. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah. Did you, like at one point he's talking about Bill Barr, and basically he's like, yeah, Bill Barr's a liar. Tucker Carlson says Bill Barr's a liar because he didn't think that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. And then Trump's like, yeah, Bill Barr's a liar. Then right after that, he's like, Trump, what do you think? He's like, he didn't kill himself. Or, yeah, he didn't kill himself. And then, I'm sorry, Trump says he killed himself. He directly contradicts what he's saying that Bill Barr lied about, like seconds right afterwards. Sorry,
I have that clip next, actually, because that's
okay, sorry. Oh god, I'm just a spoiler candidate.
No, you and I.
Do you think Epstein killed himself sincerely?
I don't know. I will say that he was a fixture in Palm Beach.
Yeah.
I don't know what Barr said about it either. I have no idea what he said. What did he say? He killed himself, probably?
He said he killed himself and that they were going to do this investigation. They never did the investigation. It's never been public.
Well,
and they hid it. And why are they doing that? And clearly Barr knew. But why would Bill Barr be covering up the death of Jeffrey Epstein?
Bill Barr didn't do an investigation on the election fraud either, okay? He said he did, and he pretended he did, but he didn't. But he didn't do the job there. I don't know what he did with Epstein, but possibly he didn't.
Do you think it's possible that Epstein was killed?
Oh, sure, it's possible. I mean, I don't really believe. I think he probably committed suicide. He had a life with, beautiful homes and beautiful everything, and he all of a sudden he's incarcerated and not doing very well. I would say that he did, but there are those people. There are many people. I think you're one of them, right? But a lot of people think that he was killed. He knew a lot on a lot of people.
He was killed.
You think so?
I think the closer you look, I'm not a conspiracy person at all. I believe everything I hear. But yeah, the closer you look into it, I mean, the Attorney General of the United States, your Attorney General, clearly lied about the Epstein death.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Why?
He was certainly. It wasn't well done. They had no cameras. They had no anything. Everybody was sleeping, and you know, a case could be made. Look, I'm not going to get involved in it, but I can tell you, a case could be made either way.
Very interesting how Trump tried to.
I mean, weird line to say though there when he said, you know, Jeffrey Epstein was a guy with a beautiful home, a beautiful everything. Everything.
Everything.
The guy convicted sex trafficking pedophile, right?
Yeah.
What are you talking about, buddy? What are you getting at there, weirdo?
You can tell how uncomfortable Trump was, and what just
right. He
after
knew this
watching
guy.
that-
He ran in his circles. They're on video, hanging out, dancing at a club. I mean, he knew this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the worst part is I saw a meme online saying that think about this. Trump is indicted before any of the men on Epstein's list, and then Anonymous, the hacker group, they responded with the photograph of Trump's name on the client list, and that got like no attention, but the meme got like 5,000 likes. I mean, these people have just chosen to live in this deluded reality that Trump created, and there's just nothing that he says or does. There's no level of hypocrisy. He could just say whatever, and they're just fine with it. It's honestly really depressing to think about, because we're in such bad shape. Because if these folks don't live in reality, then we can't bring them back to reality with the truth, because the truth is what they make it. They base everything on vibes and narratives. So it's really frustrating to think about, because how do you win these people over? You can't.
Well, I think that actually plays into, you know, what our opening topic was, because they know that they're spiraling out of reality following this guy like this, and that's because he, for a few different groups, sells the dream, right? Like, he's not reality. He's the fantasy made alive. He's an openly misogynistic, womanizing, and frankly, sexually assaulting rich dude who does and says whatever he wants, and is as racist and ableist and sexist on national television as he wants to be, and barely denies shit or denies that he's shit, and people still pay him, and he still gets elected to the highest elected office in the country. So for the people who are all the way committed to that patriarchal mindset, he's their golden boy. They know he's shit at politics. They've listened to us tell them till we're blue in the face that he's not even a good businessman. He was just a fail son. But that doesn't matter, because what he is doing right now is what they want to do up here. And the people that you're trying to win over are convinced. I don't know if necessarily those are the ones that we're either A, able to, or B, should be focusing on. Those people that I described, the people that are MAGA till the day they die, I mean, they're a generation of boomers with lead poisoning. Like, you know, there's diminishing returns. So
right.
Their kids and their kids' kids, and soon their kids' kids' kids, are the ones who still have to live on this fucking planet. And those are the ones that we might have a chance of getting a hold of, because I would even say not necessarily their kids, because their kids were Gen X, and my one of my siblings is Gen X, and that they suck. Because they were able to reap the rewards of the system before it fucking collapsed, and so they still got that neo-lib strain in them. You know, I'll talk to my sibling from time to time, and it'll still slip out. Oh, well, you know, I think I'm gonna convert this other house into a rental property and become a landlord. And I'm like, man, I really wish there was a Vanguard right now. I'm like, don't be a landlord. And they're like, I'm gonna be a good landlord. I'm like, yeah, but they don't exist. But you know, it's still good talking to you, sis.
they like it's at this time you now live in an age where it's like who's got $200,000 sitting around to be able to afford not a house but like a condo in your city. Like I'm sure everyone here's respective cities are outrageous, but in Vancouver it's like $1.2 million for a condo.
Are you in
the price,
Vancouver?
you know? Yeah.
Holy Christ. Jesus. Yeah, no, that's like one of the most expensive. That's like the Los Angeles of Canada. It's like one of the most expensive places in Canada.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, the weather's
it's
nice.
One of those things where, like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, meritocracy, work hard, play by the rules, and that's all well and good. But like, even if you worked your ass off every single day, I don't know a world in which you would be able to just be saving $200,000 as a rainy day fund for the down payment you need to get the loan. Like that makes it such an unachievable obstacle for the vast majority of like even the working class.
That's why so many of these places are they're empty because they're bought by people who have a shit ton of money and they just sit there. And there are all these empty condos all over like major cities like Vancouver, Toronto, that while there are homeless people, sitting outside of them, it is a completely just insane system. That
It really is.
That's because who else are buying these like who in their 20s can buy like $1 million condo in the middle of these cities, which is why a lot of younger people as well are also starting to like move out of these cities and aren't around these places that used to be so
it's been cyclical.
Yeah.
They've you go back to the birth of the suburbs and the Levitt towns and restrictive covenants and all that, and it was white flight. Everybody get out of the cities. The only people left were low income. But then millennials started moving back into the city when we started coming into our own because we actually, don't like fucking driving everywhere. And the city is cool again. And we watch that rent start spiking because what you have is young professional white people with higher income flocking to places that have been neglected and left to blight for 1.5 decades. Oh, these property values I live in one such neighborhood. Oh, your property values down here are so low. Some fucking rehabber company bought that rundown house next to you for $20,000 and turned around and flipped it for $280,000. Yeah, I work for Boeing. I just moved in next door. Our dogs should play sometime. Yeah, buddy. And so now people who aren't of the moneyed class are looking at that shit and they're like, wait, that's how much it costs to live in the city? Because it used to be like, well, the cities where the jobs are, cities where the education is. But now we're rethinking that shit, And yeah, like David said, that you will see this in the places with the most stark contrast. I lived in Los Angeles. You'll walk downtown, see all of these high rises with just multitudes of money changing hands left and right, some of them intensely beautiful buildings. And I worked down the street from Skid Row, largest slum encampment in the world, right in downtown Los Angeles. Just streets and blocks of people with nowhere to live but tents. Just as you can look up from Skid Row, because it's actually in the old-fashioned district, and see $1 million condos. They can look up from their tent and see $1 million condos. Way off of street level, of course.
Identical.
And yeah, it's that's the kind of system that we're putting young men into. So that's the kind of system that breeds atomization and alienation. You start talking about Trump, I need a drink. I didn't know we were going to talk about Trump. So.
Yeah, it's depressing too, because when people see that, like when they see abject poverty and they see unhoused people on the streets, like it turns a lot of normies into reactionaries because they don't know from a policy standpoint how to process that. So they just think, I don't want to see that, out of sight, out of mind. And that's what I think leads to these types of tough on crime, like support for criminalization of homelessness rather than like addressing the root causes, and it's frustrating because this is one of those really complicated issues where politically the left, like it's hard to sell that. Like how do you sell, the like a housing first policy in a system where we're so brainwashed from capitalism that people can't even conceive of the decommodification of housing, let alone other industries that need to be decommodified, like healthcare and whatnot. So it's it's an uphill battle, and it's getting worse as we're rolling the ball up the hill. So it makes me feel really hopeless because like it's just getting worse, and people are getting seemingly more reactionary over time and becoming less compassionate and empathetic. So that's why I think that like folks like you, Carr, are especially necessary, because I feel like people just aren't empathetic anymore,
Yeah,
especially in politics.
absolutely. And what I try to, sadly, I've come up around a lot of those people because, full disclosure, I lived in the inner city. My parents moved to the suburbs for a portion of my childhood. I live back in the city now. And so I've seen both sides of it, right? I went to a high school where, the first video I made on my channel was it was in 2020, and it was about a series of riots that took place 19 years ago in my city, also related to police brutality. And I remembered, the other day thinking about that first video, and I'm like, man, I remember I was in high school in the suburbs, and while that was going on, I had a shop teacher saying, well, if people just did what the cops said, none of this would happen. I'm like, huh, yeah, that's good to hear in junior high. So
Yeah.
I've seen it, and what I have found is that I acknowledge there's going to be a cultural wall that people have put up. They have been raised on the meritocracy myth. So I try to push past that a little bit and look at what it is that's making them have that gut response to move away from good reforms, and tell them and explain to them that what I want to do, the world I want to see, would actually improve those things. I have a friend that I had to argue with for hours about safe injection sites. And he's like, well, I don't want to pay tax dollars to encourage people to use. And I'm like, you understand, places that implement safe injection sites see a reduction of illicit substance abuse. Because those sites isn't just a closet for them to stand in. It's a building with resources and people who are in the throes of substance addiction. Yes, and nurses, so they don't fucking die. And people who are in the throes of substance addiction may not use those resources the first, second, or the third time, but it clicks at a certain point that, hey, I have a way out. There's that hand there that will lift me out if I'm willing to take it. So then one day they go talk to the counselor. Then one day they go talk to the nurse about a detox plan. Then one day they go get connected to a city service for housing, right? So now if I'm trying to sell someone on housing first, I sit and I listen to a lot of their neo-lib complaints. So much crime in that part of town, or there's crackheads on the streets and prostitutes. The buildings are so run down. There's kids hanging around on the sidewalks with nothing to do. And I'm like, yeah, a lot of these things come with poverty and being housing insecure. What solves a lot of that really fast? Giving people housing.
Housing first.
Yeah. And they're like, we shouldn't pay for that. It costs, unhoused and rough sleepers tax the system more. Because let me tell you something from experience. If you're sleeping on the street, you're going to get sick. You're going to get the kind of sick you've never been in your life. You're going to catch superbugs. You're going to get a cough that doesn't go away for 2 fucking years. And you're going to rack up ER bills, but you're a rough sleeper, you're unhoused. That's ultimately going to get deferred to the county or to the state, and they're going to pay that bill. And so therefore your tax dollars are going to pay that. And we have found that if you just give people shelter and clothes and feed them, a lot of that shit comes down. Or, unhoused population, they are faced with desperation. Sometimes they have to steal to eat. Sometimes they have to steal to medicate their condition. What if we take away that need to do that? Pardon me. What if we take away that need to do that? Now you're not paying to put people in a drunk tank, to put them in a jail cell, to pay extra cops to patrol this or that neighborhood, right? These things do pay dividends. And I try to focus it on those things that are bothering that person so that they can see that in reality, the solutions they think work have been a lie. More cops will solve the problem, or letting people just die in the streets of exposure, because I live in a city that can drop below zero in the winter and go above 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer. Letting people die of heat stroke and exposure is more taxing on the system. And yeah, you feel a little sick because, we're people who are progressive leaning. So you feel a little gross having to quantify it financially and give a financial reason why we should help people. But some people, that's the convincing they need. Trust me, I know the feeling. It feels gross to do that, but it helps. I have found it definitely helps, because those are one of those rare golden opportunities where people are like, I haven't thought of it like that. That doesn't happen very often.
It plays
It
out
does.
in the data. There's a town in Canada, in Alberta, called Red Deer, where they actually decided, hey, how about we actually house the homeless as an alternative to the amount of taxation that costs us in policing and healthcare and all that stuff. And it turned out to be a net savings, I think, of nearly $20,000 a person in the costs that were basically trickling down for the rest of society, just to do housing first. Or look at a lot of Scandinavian countries that usually prioritize a lot of that, as through mass taxation. It does pay dividends.
The data's there, the money's there,
Yeah.
the books are there, and we've even seen a few examples on in the west coast of the United States, because I think there were select communities in California and Seattle. I think it was in Los Angeles and Seattle, which is in Washington State, that did trial UBI. Do you know what the recipients did? They got jobs. They took the money, bettered their lives, and then within the next year, they went back to work. Some of them enrolled in college, Some of them contributed to society. The constant pushback against it, you're just going to pay people to sit home. People don't do that naturally. As a whole, having been there in that position, not receiving UBI, but having been in the position where I've had time to just sit around and do nothing because my job was shit, and when the lockdown started, my unemployment was higher than my salary, you'll run out of nothing to do. And you start thinking about what you actually want from this life. Maybe you always wanted to be a cook. Maybe you wanted to be a writer and you want some education in that. Maybe you wanted to start a YouTube channel. So the data is there, like Lance said. And if you can get them, the hardest part is pushing them past that mental block that the culture of meritocracy has put up here. If you can just get them to drop that for a second, tell them to just humor you for a moment, then you might be able to get them to see some of the other side of that. In my experience,
that shit is such bullshit too. Like,
it is.
Like, I hate the right wing. Like, you see a homeless person, and you're like, "That's the life they chose. They chose to be an addict. They chose to live on the streets." I was like, "Have you never actually encountered an actual addict in your life?" Like, every single family member I have ever known who's fallen to addiction, they don't want that. They don't want to be stealing from their fucking parents or their brother or their sister. They don't want to be living on the street. They don't want to be hated by every fucking person that once loved them in their lives. No one chooses that. Right? Like, it's like at that point, it's taken over.
It rewrites your brain chemistry.
Every part of you. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only priority you have in life. Like, some people wake up, what do I got to accomplish? What do I got to do? I got to work at my job. And then for the addict, it's I got to get that next hit. That's it.
Yeah, it's brutal. I have family members who I used to go to Narcotics Anonymous with. And I think that in the world of like restaurants, everybody says, "Oh, everybody should work a server job to understand what it's like to be a tipped employee." Everyone should at some point talk to someone who's recovered from an addiction to an illicit substance, because you come to realize that it literally rewrites the code in your mind. It restructures the chemistry of your body to position that substance as a constant, as a necessity, physically. Like, you come down from heroin, you become physically ill. Heroin withdrawals kills people,
Alcohol too.
Alcohol, people who struggle with alcohol wake up and can't function because they're shaking too hard. I've seen that firsthand. They know that that bottle is their cure to shaking and allowing them to at least be somewhat of a normal human being. So they have to face that down every day or wake up and be in agony the entire time it's getting out of their system. Same with heroin, same with methamphetamines, opioids, like pills are atrocious for that. You will get migraines. You will have the worst fucking nightmares of your life. You will be irritable and depressed in ways you've never even thought possible. Interestingly enough, there's a hypersensitivity period coming down from heroin. So it's like if you own male genitalia, it becomes hypersensitive in a very painful way. That's just a weird side effect that I've heard about from a number of people. Yeah, these are horrible, horrible things. And that's why, you know, things like methadone clinics exist, Suboxone clinics exist, because, and even those safe use sites have nurses and counselors and nutritionists, because they're like, whoa, we have some analogs and alternatives. We need to make sure you live through this, because that shit can kill you. People die on the streets from running out of their supply or coming down from heroin. It's nasty stuff. And I think a lot of the people who look down on people with addiction haven't really grasped what that means. You know, they don't see that this is something that's physically altered your body permanently. Because that's the other thing, a former addict will tell you. That urge is always there for the rest of your life. Forever. You just build enough coping mechanisms and chemically distance yourself enough from it that you can manage yourself around it. But it's always there. Every setback you ever get, a breakup, a death in the family or a close friend, a financial setback, that urge is there to just take that pain away. And it's not pretty. It's not pretty. And that is a huge issue. I can't speak for Canada, although I know there's a lot of meth in Canada, and I don't know what else they struggle with up there. But in North America, we have a huge opioid
crisis.
Oh, has it moved north?
Yeah. The downtown east side is one of the worst concentrations for extreme poverty. It's like Skid Row, and it's had the exact same problems, the same things. And I think, you know, David could probably attest to Toronto as well. There's 10 cities popping up there all the time, and then the only solution usually is let's tear it all down.
Send the cops to throw their shit away.
Yep.
And raid them with guns. Yeah.
That's it.
And
not give them a place to live.
No. And we have the safe injection sites, just not, you know, enough of them. And now we're getting to a point where you're having the Conservative Party and leadership here, Polyev, discuss how these are actually these clinics are the reason why people are addicted. So like, for a long time here, there has been, you know, an understanding that these clinics are helping people. But now, you know, the culture, I don't want to blame Americans, but a lot of what is discussed
No, blame us. We're blight.
So a lot of those same arguments are being used now by our conservatives against these clinics that have been helping people for years. And you're seeing this, you know, this revitalized push against them that we haven't seen before.
Yeah. Matt was talking to somebody last night after our debate stream who's also from Portland. And I got to listen to a little bit after I had left while I was at the gym. And what he said was he was basically denouncing Portland because in the last election cycle in Oregon, we voted to decriminalize all drugs. And that's been the subject of a lot of demonization because people don't really understand what that means in actuality. Like it's kind of a half step, right? Because we've just decriminalized drugs. We haven't ensured that people get the healthcare that they need. But all that means is that we're not treating it like a crime, right? Which is part of the problem. Like we see unhoused people, we treat them as criminals. We see drug addicts. We don't treat that as if it's a healthcare crisis when it is. And yeah, that's the problem. It's so easy to just go to that quick thing of, hey, we've always sent the police, so why aren't they sending the police to do this? So like with regard to Oregon, since we have decriminalized drugs, I've heard a lot of people just like in my own social circles, they're like, oh, well, yeah, so many people, they've moved here to do drugs. And it struck me because that person who called in said the same thing. When it's like, you don't, first and foremost, if there are more people moving to Oregon, is like, how do you know that they're moving here to do drugs specifically? You don't know that anything can be attributed to this policy yet because it just went into effect. But the mere notion that we're not treating drug addiction as a crime when that's how we've always been doing it, it's caused a lot of cognitive dissonance. And I think that to like get away from that mindset, you almost need like a paradigm shift, but rather than going in that direction, to refocusing what it means to be addicted to drugs and how that's not a crime, that's a healthcare crisis. Like we're going in the opposite direction, and so it's very frustrating.
It very much is. And really, for the people present, I heard Toronto and Vancouver, don't let Americanization infect your cities. I watch it all the time, and it's gonna kill y'all. Like we've lived this bullshit since inception. You all were born of some different principles. If you try to be like America, first of all, I don't know if you can even survive our diets. Like, they're really, really bad, let alone our politics. I hear about that there's actual sitting members of parliament in the UK that want to do away with the NHS, like, and go to a private model. Yeah. I heard that exists, and I'm like, y'all have something great. Don't do what we're doing. I need a medication so my brain works right, and it's $290 for a month's supply. Don't do that. That's after my insurance. Don't be like us. No. Don't import our bullshit. It's poisonous. It's bad for you. And it was always nice to think of Canada as our friendly northern cousin or neighbor, because I'm like, Canada, they got the shit right. But I every time I talk to Lance, I have to learn that they're really trying to fuck it all up.
Yeah.
Canada's not the land of
I don't want to say
Willy Wonka chocolate factory where everyone's just skipping around.
I don't want to make it seem like
up trees.
I mean, there is that. I'm not going to deny that there is the dancing.
I guess if you lick one of the maple trees up there, I guess it'll be the equivalent.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to make it seem like that the U.S. is the reason why we have problems. No, obviously not. Like we've had issues forever, but it's just that there are some new, especially in terms of rhetoric and how politics are done. Like I'm also now seeing more anti-trans stuff. I saw I think Saskatchewan's now saying that.
Well, hey, when it comes to anti-trans stuff, that's somewhere where we can actually look over at the UK and say, "What the?"
That's right. It's the UK's
fucking Turf Island.
Turf Island, baby.
True.
But in Saskatchewan now, there's in schools apparently teachers now have to tell parents of kids who want to identify as something that
oh Jesus
the
Christ
name that they're familiar with. So that goes to, of course, the whole issue where like these kids probably aren't telling their parents because they're afraid of what the parents are going to say, or maybe kick them out of the house. So yeah, we're seeing that kind of shit pop up now as well. So this is there are all these ongoing problems popping up. I do wonder how much of the barrier to some of this potential success, because as we discussed earlier with like Housing First, all the data is there that supports this stuff. And is the issue really that people need to be convinced, or is it that there isn't the political will there because of how capitalism is intertwined with politics? Because you see, like the right wing will often say, well, we can't do what these Democrat cities are doing, places like New York and LA, because look how terrible they are. Look at all the homelessness. So they treat Democrats as the left, is what they all right wing media does that. When the Democratic Party is not the left, but because it is tainted that way, because the left is tainted with the Democratic Party, it makes it seem like actual left wing policies aren't going to work when the Democratic Party is not implementing actual left-wing policies. So that's always going to be a barrier there. Despite all the data supporting actual left policy, we're not seeing much of any of it because I don't think the political will is there. I do think a lot of people, I mean, when you poll them on some of these issues, they do support them when given the right information. It's just that
too sometimes.
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
just
interesting
that
part. It's how you frame it, right? Like how you explain to someone. If you're like, hey, are you like for the Green New Deal? They'd be like, no, that's communism. But I was like, oh, are you for a jobs program? Yes, absolutely, I am. That sounds great. What's the jobs program?
And
I do think the bigger issue there is just the lack of political will, and not necessarily that people need to be convinced of something.
It's a lack of political will, and it's also mechanisms of the system, and that's when you push up against, like, you really gotta understand how fucked our democracy already is down here. Taking into account, first of all, the enclaves of entirely gerrymandered districts. You know, you all follow our politics because we spread our bullshit around the world out of a fucking cannon. So everybody knows what happens here. We talk about our shit way too loud. And
Number one.
yeah, we're number one. So perfect. You know who Mitch McConnell is. In what world does that man keep winning elections? In a world where he lives in a perfectly gerrymandered district solely and first of all, it's Kentucky, which is 20 minutes south of me. He lives in a perfectly gerrymandered district that is almost entirely consisting of older, wealthier white people who tend to skew very religious and very conservative. And so he's a shoo-in. They're all convinced that anybody even slightly progressive are pinko commie scum. And so he keeps getting voted in. But there's no world where you could convince anyone that he's a good politician. He was Senate Majority Leader and didn't even do his fucking job, but keeps getting voted in. So you take that issue out, the gerrymandering, which will take some time to fix. You look at the other problems of the system is that we allow corporations to have lobbyists. John Boehner, who used to be the Majority Leader during the Bush era and during Obama era, is a congressman that lives in my state, in my region. I could drive to his house in 10 minutes. Like, I grew up adjacent to his neighborhood. You know, they were the good side of the tracks up on the hill. And he admitted when he got out of politics, he started in that game as a guy who would go to the GOP convention with a briefcase full of cash and envelopes with checks in them. He admitted this. He was a lobbyist. We allow that shit to happen. And so what's going to happen is, like you said, the Democrats aren't actually pushing progressive or leftist policies. They're barely pushing progressive policies. And they are, being a major political party, beholden to donors more so than anything else. And they are not going to do anything that alienates those donors. Those donors might be putting their weight behind a progressive candidate, but they're still corporations at the end of the day. And actual leftist policies carried out by some leftist mafia are going to be pretty anti-corporate, you know? So we have that to deal with. We have lobbyists. We have Democrat donors. And, you know, you think about any of these issues, you know, universal health care, universal basic income, housing first policies at a federal level, all of these things. We talk about the U.S. being a democracy, but I've never seen a ballot vote on that at the federal, state, county, city, or local level. Nobody's just straight up put on a ballot for me, do you want universal basic income? No, that hasn't happened. Do you want universal housing for all people? No, that hasn't been. Do you want universal health care? No. We have a series of mechanisms that have been put in place, and the system has been gamed to make it extremely difficult, a hard-fought uphill battle to get any of those things to a position where it could actually pass and be utilized. That's why, you know, as lovely anarchists, I'm at the point now where if people really ask me what to do, they're like, well, should I be canvassing? Should I get petitions? And I'm like, have you considered getting your friends together and starting a collective? Just like, even if you're just two people, just start cooking meals and giving them to people, or secure some squatters in a house, because like, you're going to need to work outside the system at this point. That's why we talk about dual power structures. Like, the whole point is to build some of these systems outside of what the government can give us. For anarchists, you all might not be anarchists, but that is what sort of drove my motivation behind a lot of these things, is because I don't know the relative ages of everyone here, but I know that I skew older than most that do this thing, this YouTube thing, and I'm just like, I have seen this system fail and fail and fail since the 80s. And looking at the current trends, even as, you know, the great Orange Duke is getting mugshotted, you probably have people in the tens of millions ready for him to be on the ballot to vote for him again. And so that's a failed system right there. It can be disheartening because you don't know what to do. That's why when people say, what do? I tell them, I said, start local. Is all you can do. Look around the community. Like, if you want to collectivize and organize, go next door and talk to your neighbor. That's the first person you got. Talk to your best friend. If you're a skateboarder, talk to your skateboarding buddies. Or, if you play video games, talk to your local gamer buddies. If you have a group you hang out with at the coffee shop, a walking group, a dog walking group, a gardening group, those are the first people. Come up with something you can do to better and strengthen the community that you have, and build out from there, because that is where you will see the dividends. That is where you'll see the benefits. I tell people, local, you see the most improvement reflected immediately. It's easy to think about big national policies and tell people to think about these big national policies and try to sell people on them, but sometimes it also helps to just tell them, hey, are there hungry people in your neighborhood? I mean, like within a few blocks of where you live? Figure out a way to feed them. Are there people who are rough sleeping in your neighborhood? Someone, somewhere, has a room that you can throw a bed in and they can have a shelter from the rain, right? Like, work it out, network it. Get to meet this person who maybe is struggling with shelter and connect them with someone who has the space. It starts small, but that's how communes, that's how collectives, that's how movements are built. That's how fascistic movements are built too. That both sides do that shit. At one point, the Proud Boys was 5 dudes. So we can also organize at the ground level. Yeah. Anyway, this has been Anarchist Chat. Thank you for tuning in tonight.
One thing that I was kind of curious, especially because Car is here, and you kind of are in that space of like trying to reach, young people who are disaffected, is somebody who for a while kind of served that role on the right was Jordan Peterson, and he just released a video in what appears to be, I think Lance called it a Batman villain suit, or was that Matt?
Batman villain vomit.
Yeah, Batman villain vomit, where he is responding to the fact that I don't know what it was in Canada that happened to him.
Jesus fucking Christ, he looks terrible.
The Canadians can help me with this, but he just
I can fill it in.
Okay, yeah, can you?
Yeah, okay, so this is a really funny story. As you all probably know, Jordan Peterson is in a bit of a legal problem, but it's not even a real problem. He's made it out to be a free speech issue. All that's happened is that, like any other medical board, there's a licensing board. So to be a clinical psychologist and to say that you're a practicing clinical psychologist, you have to be licensed through a board. And the board was submitted a number of complaints by a bunch of people saying that he has done some things that are not befitting the statute of what a licensed, clinical psychologist should be, including mocking a person online and telling them to unalive themselves, and just the unbelievable amount of transphobia, just like nuclear levels of transphobia, right? Being obsessed with Elliot Page's abs, like, oh god, they're glistening in the moonlight, what can I do? And so eventually the board got together and they're like, we're going to take away your license. And he doesn't have clients, by the way. He's not like a practicing psychologist.
I was gonna say, does he practice even?
No.
Does he teach still?
Clients. No, he's just
he's a personality, right?
Being a bigot. Yeah. He's just a celebrity. He's a media figure.
He has a Daily Wire contract now, so he's good.
Yeah, exactly.
So
they're like, we're going to take away your license unless you take a course. That's it. The stakes are so low, and he's managed to turn the whole thing to like, oh, this is about freedom of speech, the tyranny of Justin Trudeau.
And isn't he supposed to be an academic? Like his whole thing is that he's claimed to couch his bullshit in academia. Listen, I've had even people on my side say, well, at one point when he was teaching, he at least had some chops as a clinical psychologist in teaching it. I watched some of his course recordings, and after hearing him reference the Dragon of Chaos, I'm just like, did these kids pay money for this class? Because it's Canada. Maybe it's free. But I'm like, here, that course was 4 digits minimum. And I'm like, if they paid for that to hear a self-proclaimed academic and someone with a graduate degree.
Where he thought like this ancient like painting was DNA and proof that DNA was like discovered long before people knew what DNA was because of a serpent.
Yes.
And then, and everyone's like, that is not.
And he's making a psychological argument and utilizing metaphors like about the dragon of chaos. What the fuck, dude? We're just getting to the point where we realize that Freud was about 70% full of shit, and you're teaching this now in the 21st. Jesus Christ. So well, before I launch it, Mike, what was your actual question about JBP?
No, I just wanted you to react to this as well. Like, I thought it'd be good to get you to react to this as well, since you kind of like have the best way of dismantling these types of people's bullshit.
Okay, so
I will say I'm not playing 38 minutes. So are we gonna play a clip?
Yes,
or...
and can I?
You can play it. Go ahead.
One last thing.
A small clip.
He made this after they ruled that he, in fact, was not in violation of the Constitution or his freedom of expression. So that this is basically he's just lost the court case, and he made this video as response.
Oh, it's just reaction to it. Oh, okay.
He is very red.
Let's just see, like, I don't know,
just the first couple.
What he does
Yeah, just a little bit of it.
Despite my proclivity to feel guilt, which is quite substantive,
tries so
and
hard to
despite
be
my
intellectual.
temperamental unwillingness to engage in conflict, not only do I not see what I did wrong, I think what I've done on the public communication front is my responsibility as a clinician to tell the truth about what I see. So we'll make it public.
Pause. Jesus Christ. Pause it. Okay. So, to my response to the gentleman that talks like a senior high school student's final exam essay, because they spent a whole year in the encyclopedia learning the big $100 words.
Proclivity.
I feel like he uses that one a lot too. I feel like I've heard him say that specific word numerous times.
He's the only one.
He always overcomplicates every sentence. Like
you know what it is? He's speaking he's using ABA guidelines for writing with spoken word. That's what he's doing. And he is using a 3.8 paragraph structure for a written script. Okay. So what we have here is the idiot's idea of a smart guy. And in his case, first of all, his stupid fucking suit is
it's his logo,
clearly
it's the Maps of Meaning logo.
Is it really?
That's what it is.
It is clearly him having leaned so hard into the fact that he is a content creator. He is not an academic. He is not clinical anything. He is first and foremost, because no academic or clinical psychologist releases a YouTube video dressed like the fucking Reese's Pieces color scheme. And is this signature on his fucking jacket lapel?
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Oh no, he signed his own
totally
name.
Is. That says Peterson. Yeah.
So here's the thing.
It's so cringe.
In our defense, or in our favor, he's going so extreme and cartoonish that I don't know if his audience of impressionable people will be as big or as receptive anymore, because this is clown shoes shit.
Yeah.
But moreover, this is something to his diehards, his true believers, as many things he's done in the past. He's the one academic that's coming in hard with the anti-academia stance. And it's like, how do you ride the prestige of being a trained psychologist, but nowadays rail against what anything the field has to say about what you're actually doing? You know, he is a grifter, and grifters are very good at filtering and self-selecting their audience. Right? Me and you, and I say you as the collected trust here, we're not meant to receive this message. It's going to filter us out pretty much immediately. See also cult recruitment. There was I don't like to reference other content creators, but I watch too much YouTube. So Knowing Better did a video on cults, and they covered Nexium and that fucking douche that was running that shit. And he made a great point saying, no, not everybody will fall for this. It is custom tailored to hook in a very specific group of people. So that is what leaves you with the choice. I would make the argument that the group of people he's targeting with this kind of shit is small and largely inconsequential. I can say that partially because I have a friend who's fallen into it. And I started to get a little upset. Yeah, I started to get a little upset because we're both metalheads and spent many years geeking out over the same music, you know, driven by our neurodivergent obsession with finding all kinds of new heavy metal music. And he's now posting blog posts about how actually the catalog of the band Tool ties in closely with the teachings of Jordan Peterson. And I'm like, Maynard James Keenan would hate both of you, just letting you know. And
did they think the Machine was the good guy? Like, oh no, why are they raging? Stop raging.
yeah, you know, well, I do one better than that a lot of people forgot about. The fact that Ted Cruz, Texas dude, do you know he's a Nine Inch Nails fan?
What?
Yes. He's all
He also
what?
plays, that Diablo mobile game that has a lot of microtransactions.
Of course he
I saw
does.
gamers shitting on him.
How do you know that? Did you advertise that?
Has he talked about playing
about it.
Diablo Eternal? Oh God, or Diablo Immortal?
That's the
Oh,
word.
Yeah, I think
God.
it's Immortals, right? Yeah,
Immortal,
he talked about how addicted he was to it. I'm like, that.
Just
the one
admit
where
that you're
the
addicted to
developers were insulting
microtransactions.
The audience saying, "Don't you have a phone?" Yeah.
He also
yeah.
thought a shark was on the highway in L.A.
Yeah, so apparently he's a big Trent Reznor fan. This happened some years ago, and I thought it was a huge missed opportunity because apparently he reached out to Trent Reznor, Nine Inch Nails, asking for some special seats to the show in Dallas that he was playing. And Trent told him off and said, fuck no. But as an artist, I think Trent missed an opportunity because you're telling me you won't put that slimy fucker in front row, then start performing Head Like a Hole, and just walk up right in his face and sing the whole song directly to him. I'd rather die than give you control. You know, that's a missed opportunity. Even if it's beating him in the face, he won't get it.
How nice of him to sing to me.
I mean,
would be like, he's singing about the woke.
well, no, he's not, because one of the verses is, got money, I'd do anything for you. Not concerned about the sick among the pure. Yes, you're right. Some people, even when beaten in the face by the point, don't quite get it. But yeah, the decision we have, you know, when we look at something like Jordan Peterson here, we look at the audience he's clearly targeting and we ask ourselves, do we take that energy to try and pull them from his tractor beam, from his claws? Or do we improve the world around him and his audience? And do we reach the people that would dare to question what it is he's saying? And I think the bigger audience is the people questioning him. Yes, he's a successful content creator, but not that successful. I mean, he's dwarfed by the likes of Ben Shapiro and that fucking tool, Dave Rubin, you know, Candace Owens. Those are people I consider far more dangerous. Anyone in Charlie Kirk's orbit. Jordan Peterson isn't really even liked that much by other conservatives because he's kind of an asshole. And I always thought early on, because when I first heard about him and he first hit the scene and his 12 Rules for Life book came out, a lot of YouTubers did deep dives into him and showcased, I guess he was on a Canadian TV show talking about manly stuff. I think We're in Hell did one about it because We're in Hell went to school with his daughter and did a whole deep dive on that weird ass fucking family. And yeah, he went on a chat show similar to like our, you know, Oprah's, and I don't even know what daytime chat shows are anymore because they're all retired now. But he went on something like that, wearing a fedora and holding an evening jacket, of course. Yeah, talking about manly shit, smoking on camera, and I'm just like, so clearly this guy just wants to be a performer. I thought that was established 15 years ago. You know, why we maybe don't need to give him the time of day, because Yeah, he's a shit debater. If I'm not mistaken, the few times he's gone on like big public panels, he's had his lunch ate by, like, you lost to Zizek, didn't he?
Yeah, you did.
I
Well,
was,
I mean,
I
it's
was
all-
there
it's all-
for that. I watched that live in person.
You were there?
Yeah, that was in
Ooh,
Toronto.
deep lore.
Oh wow.
Right.
I think that was like a few years ago. Yeah, I think after I watched it, I came back and did like a whole video on it. Yeah, that was good.
Oh wow.
And so
I've gotta ask-
he's not great.
Did y'all see breaking news? Donald Trump has returned to Twitter. He has just tweeted his first tweet
Yes.
since getting kicked off.
No.
Wait, did Musk let him back?
Yep.
He did, yeah.
Donald Trump is back on.
Here it is.
He tweeted the mugshot?
Yeah.
He tweeted the mugshot, the most
With
Trump
What a
return ever.
fucking meme.
Never surrender, but that's him surrendering.
Yeah, man. You want to never surrender? Go punch the cop. Go fucking punch the cop if you want to never surrender.
Wow.
Make them drag you in shackles, Mr. Revolutionary.
Wow. I've got to say, I'm kind of happy that he's back on Twitter because it's a dumpster fire anyway. And at least
suits
he's
him.
entertaining.
Thank
It
you
does
for not
suit him,
calling it
absolutely.
X.
He belongs there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I always dead name Twitter and always will.
It-
I'm not gonna call it X.
Apparently, Musk has
Yeah.
wanted to name a site X for years. Apparently,
Yes.
He's
Uh,
obsessed with X.
He's
It's so
owned.
weird.
He owned the X.com domain name.
Oh.
Back when in the late '90s, and in fact, it was the name of his company that combined with PayPal. When PayPal was first, starting. To
and
take
they
off.
weren't going to change their name to fucking X. So
In fact, Elon Musk was CEO of eBay. Not eBay, I'm sorry, because eBay went on, and I was going to mention eBay because eBay goes on to acquire PayPal. But
he's CEO of PayPal.
Elon Musk was the CEO of PayPal, and he was trying to convince them to change the name to X back then in the late 90s. And they actually went so far as to do customer surveys of it, and the reaction they would get from these test groups was horrible. The customers did not like the name X. But he was so hell-bent on changing it to X that the PayPal board, along with Peter Thiel, who is also one of the PayPal co-founders, had to step in and remove Musk as CEO of PayPal. And that's how Musk left PayPal. Because one of the main reasons was he was so hell-bent on changing the name of the company to X after they had already built this name brand up. And then in 2016 or 2017, I believe it was 2017, Musk then gets back into contact with PayPal. Now, PayPal's been acquired by eBay since then. And, it's this huge company now. And he says, I would like to acquire the X.com domain name because PayPal still owned it from when Musk's company X merged with PayPal, and they sold it back to him. And he's been wanting to do something with it, and now here he is.
His level of pettiness as a businessman has impressed me. I'm not impressed with his so-called accomplishments, but how much of a man baby he actually is never fails to astound me. And I remember the day I stopped reading one of my favorite web comics because of their glowing fucking dick sucking of Elon Musk and the Tesla company. And then I later learned Tesla already existed too, and he kind of just stepped in there. And
so he had a bit more to do with, Tesla was really early he came in, but absolutely, he did not start Tesla. He sort of pigeonholed his way in as a co-founder. The actual co-founders of Tesla have had legal fights with him over whether he could call himself that. But he came in early enough to actually, have some sort of say to make the company his. Unlike, people going around acting like all these new Twitter features weren't already in the works for the years before Musk came along and bought the company a couple of months ago. But he didn't start Tesla either.
oh my goodness, Dorsey must be laughing his ass off so hard right now that he conned.
Dorsey's been providing cover for Musk.
Of course he is. Oh, he's going to play the game, but he knows when he goes to bed at night, he sold that fucking money pit of a site to somebody for almost more money than he had liquidly available. And that, to me, that's a troll move. Like, I don't know how he pulled that off, but because like you learn after the fact that they bought it, and then you learn, you're like, oh wait, well, Twitter's a big thing, he's going to make lots of money. Wait, Twitter doesn't make any money? Hasn't for like a decade. and yet
I think in like 2021 was like the last time they actually like turned a profit, but outside of that, yeah, it's but I mean, it went from what it was to just being run decidedly into the ground because of the fact that no advertisers want to touch the platform now.
Jump scare. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And for that matter, I recall that some of Musk's decisions were bad for shareholders of Tesla. Like, he hasn't made all good business decisions for Tesla or SpaceX or Boring Company, which I swear is a tax write-off at this point. Which, silver lining to Boring Company, Vegas saw through his bullshit with their contract for his Hyperloop. And if he can't deliver the lofty space age bullshit that he claimed he could with the Hyperloop, he's in for them for billions, and they know he can't do it, so they're just riding it.
Didn't he go on to admit that the whole Hyperloop thing was just a way to ensure that public transit wasn't going to be like funded? That was his whole.
Yeah.
He tried to stop public transit in California,
but he
didn't end up going for it.
He tripped over his dick, though, when he went to Vegas, because they saw his bullshit, and their contract with him said he had to hard deliver on some of these promises, or like down to numbers, as in like passengers per hour. And if he didn't, he owed them money. And they're like, okay. I just imagine, the city manager be like, no, wait, check this shit out. This is going to be fun.
Binder, can you explain? Apparently, the FEC has a filing that Trump's not allowed to post on any social media 6 hours between posting on Truth Social, which he just directly violated right now because he's 34 minutes out from posting on Truth for his last post. So what is that? Do you know what that means?
I think it's the specific post that he puts on Truth Social. I don't know how it's gonna work if it's something else. Did he post the same thing on Truth Social?
He posted the exact same post on Truth 34 minutes between now on Twitter.
I don't know. Maybe they'll give him a pass for this specific.
Hey, new subscribers! Thank you for joining the channel. Christian W, Fred J, the D, WSG, WSD. Excuse me.
I feel like
thank you for the subs.
You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. What's another?
What's another violation?
The long list.
Yeah.
That's an example of a man you don't want to be, because, even though he plays at being a fucking alpha male, he's bad at it. He's bad at even being the fucking myth of an alpha male. Like, he's beta as fuck. And
sound like Josh Hawley. He wrote a book on being an alpha male when, he screams beta.
Josh Hawley wrote a book?
He wrote what's
on
that?
masculinity,
What's in that
basically.
book?
Yeah. There's a photograph of him kissing his wife, and he looks like genuinely grossed out. Like it's just he's
look.
such a fucking
Women
freak.
are gay. Weird.
When I just look at the fact that fucking Musk fumbles the bag with every woman he finds. Dude's dating a pop star who herself is a little problematic, I'm told. I don't know anything about her. And
talking about crimes?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
That was ages ago, but yeah, the point is, like, he fails every relationship he's in, and he like twice divorced.
Yeah.
And
Dennis
Prager, I think, is 3 times divorced.
Musk is?
It's gotta be more.
No, Dennis Prager.
Dennis
Just
Prager?
A lot of the the Christian fundamentalists who always talk about family is the most important thing and family units are important. Steven Crowder, Prager. Prager's been divorced 3 times. Crowder's getting divorced now. Like they all
Trump
talk
3
about family values.
times.
None of them. Yeah, Trump. None of them value their family.
Cheating while his wife was sick. Yeah.
Pregnant, right, or something like that.
Oh well, his first wife was terminally ill, and no, he's cheated on every wife he's had with the future wife, and in this case, the first wife was terminally ill and died. Well, it was a known fact that he was cheating on her. So, you know,
Is
that's
that the
the
one
thing.
whose grave he refuses to like cut the grass of?
And
Like,
people believe shows signs of being peed on. Yeah.
Classy.
Yeah. It's just it's funny to me that a lot of these older guys that clearly so hard want to present like this model masculinity are so terrible, even at the masculinity that they claim to represent, let alone actually being a good person or a good human male, you know? And
a lot of it has to do with insecurity. When you get lots of people whose entire ethos is just about like, I'm an alpha, I'm the masculine man, I'm the number one, like none of them are vulnerable, none of them are open to ever admitting fault. You can't, you know, you always have to be, I'm always right, strong man, always correct kind of shit. And you end up like just appearing as, like you just said, the most beta cuck of all time in all of Snowfake.
yeah, and it was funny. I can't watch Crowder without laughing my ass off because he tries so hard to be uber masculine, and I'm just like, didn't your fucking chest cave in, dude? Like,
he had a you could say it was gender affirming care if part of it was like he wanted cosmetically not to have a sunken chest, right? Like if that's the reason why you did it.
And he also had health issues due to all the fucking cigars he fucking smokes. To try and be a manly dude. I got throat nodes, and I'm like, you can't even smoke cigars without having to fucking go into the ER for it. I want to go on this show just to ask him to hand me that gun to see if it's loaded. I'm American. I have actual guns. I want to see if that shit's loaded. I don't believe it is.
Little water gun.
And then ask him, dude, you're on a soundstage. Like, is Antifa going to kick down the door of Louder with Crowder, and you're going to have to fight them off?
Got to be armed 24/7.
Yeah, it's his projection. Like he's so insecure that he has to dress up as the person that he wants to be because he knows he's not that person.
Yeah, he ran from a dude that voices a Bob's Burgers character in a debate. Like, seriously?
No, like you could tell that the whole like masculine shtick with the guns, the Wish.com version of Drake from Uncharted. He's not in his element there. But when you see him in drag, however, he is fucking like he's flaunting.
Oh my
it. Like,
God,
he loves
yeah.
it. He's comfortable.
I don't like to mention it because I don't like the meme. He's secretly trans, but I have other trans anarchist friends that are like, no, Steven Crowder doesn't like drag. Steven Crowder is trans. And I'm like, oh. They're like, yep, he's the worst, rottenest egg imaginable. And you're right, though. Mike's right. Like, you watch other, conservative comedians, they do the whole trans thing. They smear makeup all over their face and act like a fucking idiot and wear clothes that don't fit. He puts effort in. Someone put effort into that makeup. Yeah. I watched the fucking Planet Fitness video where he goes dressed as a dragon. I'm like, you coordinated that outfit, man. Like, you put some effort into that. That's
I don't know why.
Yeah, and you clearly had somebody professional do your makeup if you didn't do it yourself. And like, dude, you can come out. Like, if you renounce all the bigoted shit you've said and come out, I've seen how short the memory is. No, Lance, I've seen how short the memory fucking is on the internet. All right, I have people telling me to stop shitting on Hunter Avalone. Okay, I've seen the short memory on the fucking internet. If he renounced the bigoted shit and came out with his transition, I'm like, they'll accept you. Some people will. There's an edgy segment of the internet, and they'll be like, you know what? He's changed. Let's hear what he has to say. I've seen it happen so many fucking times.
He would renounce all the shit he's like. He's got to do some real like soul search.
That's not restorative justice. There's so much you got to do. I specifically hate the entire premise of those sketches is that like I'm an asshole and look at people respond to me being an asshole.
Yeah.
And like, oh, look how triggered they are. You're all so triggered. I shit myself, and you're all fucking.
Well, that's because
you
he's
know,
locked in the
annoyed by it.
'90s, and he's a less profitable and less skilled Sacha Baron Cohen, like just several tiers down. That's what he would like to be. And I don't
Yeah,
even
I
like
was gonna
Sacha
say, I
Baron
don't-
Cohen that much, but he at least pulls it off, whereas Crowder is just a failed comedian. And it always upset me that he goes on Rogan, who, for his faults, did spend 2 decades as a stand-up and knows the craft. And all I was hoping is that Rogan would just eviscerate his complete and utter lack of comedy chops, because at least Rogan knows the craft of being. I love stand-up comedy. It's one of my favorite hobbies. At one point, I've watched every special on Netflix. I love stand-up comedy. Yes. And I love stand-up.
What's the best one?
Right now, well, fuck. See, it's hard to say that because every time I like somebody, some shit comes out about them, because men in stand-up comedy are bad. So I'm going to suggest a woman to not have to say Chris D'Elia or
Oh God.
or Dave Chappelle or Louis C.K. So I don't have to mention those guys. Ilse Schlesinger's latest one is good. She's done a number of really great ones.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Ilse Schlesinger. That is not a name that Americans pronounce well, but her last name is Schlesinger. She's very good. Her best one is War Paint. That one's a few years older, but every one she releases is fucking amazing. And so I definitely recommend you check it out. And obviously, Bill Burr's a master, so you can't. And
he's very funny.
he markets being an asshole, and does it without being bigoted. So he has yet to release a bad comedy.
In the past. Like he's got like a 20-minute transphobic routine that he did in the past, but like any, I think, good comedian, he's learned. Like people have pointed out to him, like, you were just way off base on that, and then he's kind of like, he's taking advice rather than being like, this is cancel culture, being like, oh well, maybe okay, fine, parts of it I was wrong about.
Yeah, and it's an art form I actually used to dabble in. There was a time where I went to open mics and tried my hand at stand-up. It started because a friend of mine.
I hear it's so hard.
It is and it isn't. A friend of mine is now a paid comic in Vegas. He hosts events in Vegas and he goes on the road regularly. And I started out as a writing partner for him, going to all these open mics to see him try out the jokes we wrote together. And so I sometimes I would hop behind the mic and try some shit that I thought up in my notebook, and it was a lot of fun. And it's very validating if people actually laugh at your jokes. I got out of it just because we had split up and lived in different parts of the country, and I just wasn't hitting anymore since I didn't have that half. But it's very hard in that it's actually hard to hold down a stage and make people laugh with shit that you came up with. But I would argue that if you want to really harden your self-esteem and resolve, you should absolutely do it if you can mentally manage. It's going to fucking detonate your self-esteem, because you're going to go up there and say shit you think is funny, and people are just going to stone face you. Or worse, tell you that you're not fucking funny and shit on you relentlessly. But on those rare occasions, you have a night where it just clicks and you just hit. And you now are controlling that crowd. You are working that crowd. And that is one of the most beautiful feelings out there. So it is hard. It's extremely hard. It's not an easy thing to do, because what a comedian does at their core is takes their problems and makes fun of them. That's why so many of them kill themselves. But if you can do that, if you can try going up in front of the stage, and I don't know if any of you've ever done that, like live stage work. Lance, you've done some stage work, haven't you? Yeah. And
I've never done like comedy circuits though, because it's one of those things where, like, in a different life, I think I would have loved going through the whole, like, you gotta bomb, right? You gotta bomb for years.
You're going to
you gotta
bomb
suck for years before you learn how to crowd control proper. And I found, like, even people who are like, they're funny in a different medium, it's really hard to transfer that.
Ben Stiller is a perfect example.
Okay.
Yes.
Like really bad at stand-up.
Yes. I watch too much media, but if you can find it somewhere, the HBO used to have a series that they released one every year called Comedy Talk, and they would take like 3 or 4 huge name comedians, like, and just have them sit and chat about the craft. Because at one point in time, HBO and Showtime were the biggest hosts of comedy specials. We're talking back before streaming services, and he was on one with, if I'm remembering right, he was on one with Louis C.K., Chris Rock. There was another person who I'm forgetting. But he talked about the fact that, you know, when he hit show business, and he comes from a family of show business, initially, like the rest of his New York comedy comrades, he tried his hand at open mics, he tried his hand at comedy, and he just said, I couldn't make it work. I wanted to go write. I wanted to go make TV and movies. And so that's what he went and did. Some of the other people on the show were people he had worked with around that same time in New York. You know, people like a lot of the guys who we remember from 90s television were all from that same club or same culture. It was Seinfeld, actually, the fourth person. Now I remember. They were all from that same culture of New York City stand-up parlors, you know, hitting up open mics and going to comedy clubs. That's where we got Conan O'Brien. That's where we got Jay Leno. That's where we got Jerry Seinfeld, all those people, right? And yeah, Ben Stiller, he admitted can't do stand-up. He tried it a bunch. Fair. I mean, Jamie Foxx, he did stand-up for a while. He was in school as a piano major. Music was his big thing. And he did stand up as a dare one night. That video, which the video exists. Yes, someone in my chat, sorry to reference my chat. It was Ricky Gervais, not Jerry Seinfeld. It was Ricky Gervais was the other person. But Jamie Foxx did a open mic as a dare, as a gag, reading jokes off of a piece of notebook paper, and got noticed for how well he worked a crowd.
Wow.
And then after that, he used that to go to more open mics. And then he was brought on in the sketch comedy in Living Color and showcased how good he was on the screen. And that turned into an acting career. And nobody really knows that he was a musician. That was his first focus. He later went back into music. And he is also still an actor now, a big budget actor. You know, he's in, you know, big AAA movies now, but he did that on a dare, and he would tell you he wasn't very good at it. You know,
didn't he do a really good Trump impression, or is that a different comedian? I think it was Jamie Foxx, right?
Jamie Foxx does amazing impressions.
It's an amazing show. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, I think David Dole did a video on it, which is why
I did a video on that.
Yeah,
he does incredible impressions, because he did that from his sketch comedy days. When he joined up with the Wayans, they had the show in Living Color, and great show. Brought us Jim Carrey. Yep. And
he was the white guy on the show.
He was the white guy. he killed it too.
Every time they needed a white role, it's like, hey, you got to be a cop.
You know, Fire Marshal Lance was the best fucking role ever.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, I remember rewatching that not too long ago, watching a few episodes, and for me, the funniest thing was how hard he went into the characters. And they had a musical segment, and normally they would have musical guests on it because it was a sketch show. And they said it's Vanilla Ice, 90s TV show. And it's Jim Carrey as Vanilla Ice. Sells it so fucking hard. Like you blink and you think it's actually him. And they rewrote the song to just be how much of a poser and wannabe old Van Winkle actually is. And it was fucking glorious. You know, to get off on a tangent.
A comedian who I like, because I'm not like huge into stand-up comedy, but somebody who I have consistently found funny is David Cross. I think he's super funny.
David Cross is a master. He's one of those comics. Well-regarded chops. He does a very unique and eclectic kind of show.
You got to be into it and know. Like I feel like if you brought a friend to a stand-up show and it was David Cross, I think they'd kind of be like, "What is this?" And then like once you kind of got into it, you'd understand what he was doing, right?
Mm-hmm. He's also an epic level troll. which is great. He has a special. It's a few specials back because he used to tour with a rock band as well. And so he played at like concert halls, and the band would open, and then he would perform as the headliner. And they, in this special, they showed a lot. And it being David Cross, it has to be overdone to hell and back. So it is interspersed with like a dramatic shot, like character film about David working at some office 9-to-5 cubicle, and his boss finding his stand-up comedy tour poster and asking about his past life as a comedian. But it shows a lot of behind the scenes stuff, and he's a huge fucking troll, and it's in the most beautiful way. Like, they go to some place to perform, the bar owners, he tells the bar owner, hey, you know, the concert floor has all these tables and high tops in it. Like, you know, normally our crowd's kind of a rock and roll crowd. You know, they like to stand and jump and hoot and holler. Can we move the tables? And they're like, no, part of our business model is people being able to order food and wings and eat it at their table. And these guys, they were so insistent on not moving the tables. And he does a whole fucking segment in his special. He's like, make sure you order your fucking buffalo wings from the bar, you guys, and sit down at the table. And he just goes in on the venue itself. And so naturally, in the green room afterwards, he's got an angry fucking small town ass owner, like motorcycle bar owner, yelling at him to get the hell out. And so he proceeds to take 30 minutes to put a record and a poster into a backpack, just moving as slow as humanly possible. And I'm like, that is peak trolling that I aspire to. It's glorious.
Not to brag, but David Cross follows me on Twitter, so
David Dole fucking owning it. I love that. No, that is great. All I've got is Lance following me on Twitter.
He was in fact he's been on, you know, when I was working at the Majority Report, he was there in studio I think at least once for the interview, and then another time Sam's daughter, who was like 8 at the time or something like that, she wanted to interview David Cross because she found out he was in the Chipmunks movie, and at the time she was a big fan of the album Chipmunks.
That's cute.
I love that. That is wholesome.
So after an episode of the Majority Report, Sam went and got his daughter from school, and David Cross came to the studio, and I recorded Sam's daughter interviewing David Cross about Alvin and the Chipmunks. And this was not like
oh my god,
the movie just came out or something. This was like 10 years after the movie came out or something like that.
See, those are the stories you cherish, you know? And I'm wishing I watched more Majority Report, because I don't know that I ever knew you were on there. I should have known that, but I know your name.
It's been a long time.
I knew your name because I knew how to pronounce it right, because at first I see Binder, I'm like, no, I think it's Bender. And
yeah, you got it right.
But I didn't know you were on Majority Report. I love me some Sam Cedar, though.
Yeah,
I feel like I will get screened. That I won't be able to go live just to call in and say, "Hey, show's awesome." That's all. I didn't have a contention.
There's no screening, believe it or not. We just pick up the calls as they come in. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm actually, so I have to go soon because this is a perfect segue because I'm actually going to be on the Majority Report tomorrow.
Need your sleep, buddy.
It just so happens. So I'm going to be on with Emma, I think at about like 1 p.m. So go check that out. But
we're at the 2-hour mark. That's
I'm exhausted from last night's stream. I slept like 2 hours last night because I had this cough and it kept whatever, it was waking me up. But so I'm gonna go to bed. But the rest of you have a great time. I'm sure this show's basically over now, anyways.
Yeah. No. Veered into shit posting far enough. David, good to see you again.
Yes, great seeing you. Great talking. See you all later.
Take care.
Can you send me the super chat money from your super chats that we read while you're
Bye.
not here?
I got this whole time. I got one $2 super chat. I can send you that. Thanks for talking about anarchism, is what it said. What?
Oh no! When I said, because I have an ongoing thing with David, because he always tries to get out early.
Oh.
And this time he gets out very early. He never stays for the whole, because we read the super chats from all the.
That means we get to shit talk him then.
Yeah.
Everybody, give your best roasts of David Dole via super chat, and we will read them
on this
out
show, you have
loud.
to wait for him to leave for that one.
That's true. That's half of Binder's material.
This fucking guy. Yeah, you know, it is good to be here. You guys are really cool, and there's some people here I haven't had the chance to talk to yet, so it's been really nice. I hope I hope I was a good contribution. You all are a lot more experienced streamers than I.
This was great. In fact, usually I
you
like
ran this show.
No, usually I was gonna say usually I talk more as I. Here I am interrupting Mike and Lance. But usually I talk more. But like you came on and you brought up a topic with expertise behind it too that we usually don't cover on these shows. At least in that way. Like when you were talking, I was thinking a lot about how in the early to mid 2010s I was really covering the growing sort of men's rights activism. MRA, MGTOW, men going their own way, that whole scene and all of its little octopus, tentacles that came out of that world.
Yeah.
And it what you were talking about really reminded me of that. It's like obviously what you were bringing up is sort of like the rebranding of all that. Like instead of like back then it was the like this is still a focus, but back then the complete focus was just trashing women and women's empowerment and feminism, and they were completely powered by just outright misogyny. Now, that's still there.
Yeah.
But their focus to bring in people to their little club is now we're going to make your life better, men, which they never really did before that. Before that, they were, other than like every now and then they'd focus on how alimony is bad and stuff like that. But now the focus is like we can better your life. And then once they get them in with that, then they brainwash them with the misogyny and anti-feminism stuff.
Yeah, it rebrands and it evolves, but all of these elements are always still there behind the scenes, all of the MGTOW guys, yeah, they've fallen off quite a bit. Like, the Coach Red Pill and shit, they're clearly floundering. Honestly, he's just hilarious to watch. It's something else. But I like to think that, well, first of all, I always told myself I'm going to stick to what I know. There's some issues that I am woefully ignorant on, people, and thanks to all of your followers, by the way. I have gained a few during this chat, so those of you who have migrated over to my neck of demonetized YouTube, thank you for joining. If you go through my catalog, you'll see that I absolutely have a blind spot for, say, indigenous issues, because I'm not indigenous. And I didn't live on a res. I haven't dealt with the specific issues relating to the treatment of indigenous people in North America, so I don't really have the lane to speak in on that, And I am not trans, I am a cis male. I am a black cis male, so my experience and my content is going to be focused on that. But I found that talking about all manner of political issues, and when prompted, talking about masculinity issues, there was a lot of fertile soil there to cover that definitely could be covered. I don't know that I go as far as saying that the left is bad at it, because I feel like that puts an unfair focus or spotlight on one specific element of it, but it's definitely all something that should be part of the conversation, if that makes sense,
No, absolutely. Yeah. It's been a blind spot, I would say. That's probably the better term for it, I guess, where sort of the left has sort of ceded ground unknowingly and unwillingly to the right on this. I mean, you could just see it. We brought up Jordan Peterson before. He's the perfect example of someone who branded himself completely around that before making his right-wing ideological beliefs front and center. after it was too late for a swath of young men who already were pulled in.
Yeah, and while I will say that I'm curious to see how Clown Shoes, his shit is going to go, because now he's wearing supervillain costumes at this point. And oh, thank you. I've just gotten like 2 super chats from Matt Bender fans. So thank you, Matt Bender fans. Appreciate y'all.
I got a pity super chat too.
I guess I need to go on the majority report. That's where the followers are. Yeah, I'm curious to see.
Asking for your channel, Car. Saying, where's your channel?
Car_YZ on YouTube.
Yeah, I just shared a link that got posted to all of our channels who are streaming. So go subscribe to Car.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, make sure that you I'm seeing so much comments of people saying that they think you're just an amazing guest and like what you said was so valuable. And I totally agree.
Appreciate it. I'm glad that my neurodivergent capacity to talk too much has paid off in some way and contributed to the panel here.
In the most eloquent of ways, by the way.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, like I said, the thing I try to give people who are watching me something to take away, because at the end of the day, I'm a parent and, I work full time, I'm living the typical American guy life. I do own a home. Holy shit. Is that yen? No, Tokyo. What is the Tokyo currency? Crazy.
It looks like a lot more than it actually is. I can tell you that right
now. No, I got you.
The 500 yen is actually like 50 cents or something like
It's
that.
all right. It's all right. The fact that someone from Tokyo is tuning in is good enough. I mean, definitely some discussions about masculinity there. But I would say the takeaway is look at your life. If you are a family man, look at how... Knowing what you know from us fine leftist folks about the world, and we talk about it a lot, capitalism, patriarchy, all that shit. Look at your life and how you interact with your family and maybe try to contribute a little bit better to it. If you're not a family man, if you're a single male, the takeaway I want you to take is it may be hard, it may be difficult, it might involve you stepping just a bit outside your comfort zone, but via either a hobby or a shared interest, just don't focus on romantic partners, just focus on making some friends and making a strong connection with some people around you, because even that in and of itself will be intensely rewarding. And from there, you wouldn't believe how you can spawn a social web in a very positive manner. And that I am saying from experience. It is wonderful that none of you knew me in my early 20s, because I was an intensely bitter and lonely and violent person. And you can come back from that. There's a place to come back from that. Absolutely is. And that's saying that as a cis straight passing male. And I think that that's something people should take with them, and even if it's not my channel, I don't have any videos say this is a men's issue. I made one video about the manosphere, but just looking at the stuff that I talk about, which, I've talked a great deal about, police brutality. I've been on a long hiatus, so I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. But, the last few videos I did were a little more bread-tube-esque. I talked about how you should boycott international sporting events if they come to your city. A couple of you live in big Canadian cities, so World Cup, Olympics, you should go picket that shit. You don't want that shit in your city. And I've talked about a book that pissed me off for 30 minutes because Christopher McCandless was a fucking tool, and Into the Wild is a shitty book. But, ultimately at the end of the day, all of the things I'm advocating are also about you being a good contributor to society. And I think that if you do that, then you'll also be a positive male. You'll be showcasing that positive masculinity to those around you, and people will notice that. And fellas, ladies notice that. True. Ladies notice that. Listen, ladies notice your positivity. Please take that from me. That this is the one part of this that I will direct towards your like sexual loneliness. Ladies notice positivity, and they notice confidence, and they notice empathy. And they notice that because most of us suck at it. So it stands out. So that's really all of it I had, though. I'm happy to shoot the shit with you guys, though. If anybody else had any other statements or closing, or I don't know,
I
whatever.
think we're gonna answer the super chats now, but we do.
Let's
that as a
do it.
group, so please stick around.
I'm
The
sticking
questions are
around.
Pretty interesting. Yeah, and I saw Mike got some hate super chats too, so those will be fun too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I love when they give me money.
I want
mad
to
at me.
troll
got really
people,
bad-
but
mad.
Mike has such a
Well,
great
it was-
beard, though. I
It
I
was
can't talk
over
shit
the-
on
I
Mike.
think it was over your comment card. I think it was over the Gen X slander, and then they were like, "How dare you slander Gen X?" And then I was like, "You shouldn't take it personally. That's like taking like nationalism personally. Like someone's like, oh, I hate the government of the U.S. That's not me saying I hate you. You know, like, I love Americans. They're very nice people."
Yeah. You answered that more positively than I would, Lance. So we'll go with your answer. At the end of the day, I am still an edgy millennial, so screw Gen X.
All right. Well, without
What you
further
got?
ado,
Let's hit 'em.
what we'll do is we'll jump in, and from time to time, since I don't have Car or Lance's super chats up, we'll just
I've
have
got
to
a
like.
small amount, don't worry. I got 3.
Okay.
I got little
Okay,
baby
well-
ones. We could do them all at once.
I have no idea how to even share those. I have a bunch.
Just Car, do what I do. Just read it out. I just
Okay.
read them out.
Well, you guys go first. Whoever's podcast this is, they go first, and then I'll jump in.
Oh, it's collective. It's all of ours. That's
Yeah.
the cool thing about it. We all stream at the same time, but we all.
Haha, you hear that? Now I am a collective owner of Leftist Mafia. You can't get rid of me. You have to vote me out now.
Also, fair warning, this can go long sometimes, so feel free to leave at any time you'd like.
course.
Because
I
you
do.
see how we're at about we're at the
Yeah.
2-hour mark right now. It can easily go double that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stay till the very end tonight, so I'll stay for a little bit, and then I'll just rush through my super chats at some point when I get tired, because I'm already tired.
I hear you. I'm good for a little bit, just because I'm always happy to have a chat with Lance. It's rare that I get the chance to do that, so let's do it. Who wants to go first?
All right, cool. Who wants to run the super chat thing? You want to do it, Mike?
Sure. Yeah. So the first one here. This is from me, from Hideous Lemon. Thank you for the £5. I'm sorry to say this, but David's performance in the debate was really poor. I hope your campaign picks up.
Debate.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, what debate? or
probably-
does David stirring when we were watching the debate, like his commentary?
I don't know. It was something probably that we referenced way back then in the show,
okay.
and then we've moved on. So
Also,
I
we
don't
were
know.
supposed to read the super chats from yesterday tonight too.
Oh,
Not happening.
good
Leave
luck
on
with
your
that.
own.
Okay, this next one here. I think this is for.
That's for me.
Matt.
Tokyo Han says, I know you were all thinking of a name change. Keep the Mafia theme and just go with the woke mob. You know, I actually
was
wanted
my
to do
original
that.
name.
I like
Yeah.
that name. I think
I do
we
too.
should maybe think of doing that. I know, because that's more directly tied into what the right calls the left.
Antifa super soldiers.
That's another one we could easily
Yeah.
brainstorm on. Yeah.
Yeah.
The woke Antifa super soldier mob.
Okay, I think this is you, Matt.
Brendan Wood with a $10 super chat. Love all that you do on here. Also have a friend who had a birthday yesterday. Can you wish her a happy birthday? Her name is Jenny, goes by Airy Beam Online. Again, love what you guys do. Well, Jenny, anyone who's born on August 23rd, like me, is simply better than everybody else.
Happy birthday, Jenny.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Birthday
Happy
sister, I
birthday.
guess. What should we? Birthday sibling, I guess. I don't know what to call it. Birthday
Sounds
twin?
safe to-
Is that what it's
too
called?
soon.
Something like that. All right, but we share a birthday. That's the point.
Yeah.
Son sibling.
There we go. Is this you, Matt, or is this David?
Actually, that super chat I just read, even though it was it was to me, it wasn't actually for me. They must have done the thing when they gave
Oh.
it to you. Yeah. This one's not for me. This one's probably for David, I guess.
Okay, well, we'll read it real quick. Thanks. This is from 10 Lawn Gnomes, $10. Thank you so much. Thanks for covering the debate last night. Has anyone done a dive into how the election system was gifted to private organizations like the RNC and DNC? Why do they get to decide who's on the ballot? I'm sure that I've done this, or at least tangentially referenced this at some point a while ago, although I can't tell you what video that is. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really have an interest in this. Maybe any of you do?
I mean, it's because I believe it's because there's no like governmental primary party election requirements. Like these are all private organizations, the parties, and they decide how they want to have decide on a candidate. And this is just how the issue is that we just have two main parties in this country. Because frankly, the system could be where all the parties run their primaries how they want, because again, the parties are private organizations, and that's how we all get these multiple candidates. But we don't have that. We just have two parties, and this is how they choose to run their primary elections and pick a candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the reason there's only going to be two is pretty much an inescapable result of electoral college and our current system. So you're only going to have two, but I mean, maybe this is motivation. You and 5 of your buddies can start a political party. It's a private organization, so any old jackoff can start a political party. I mean, yeah, winning office costs a lot of money in marketing and campaigning, but stranger things have happened. So, maybe there's motivation there for you to do it.
At least at the local level, you have, more of a chance. Whereas, at the national level, it's next to impossible.
Local elections have sometimes
I mean,
less
there's
than 20% turnout.
That's true, yeah.
There are third parties that just basically like pick a candidate. Like they don't run even a primary election.
Yeah. Okay, so this one is from me from Temple of the Gods, $2 Australian. Thank you so much. Olay, not Rachel's name is in, I think you mean Rebecca's name is in the description. So what I do each show is I copy and paste the description and all the links from an old video. So I probably just picked a really old one with Olay instead of like the later
Good
ones.
job.
So
Good job.
I'll fix that. I fixed it all the next day and I add the timestamp. So
False
I'm aware of it. Thank you.
advertising. Everyone thought
yeah.
Olay was going to be on tonight. Good job.
So
I'm sorry to disappoint.
some of your guys' regulars are in my chat now and telling me that apparently it's a running gag to scam each other out of super chats. So everybody come give Carr your super chats. Carr is the head of Leftist Mafia now. I will evenly redistribute the means to my other hosts here. I will totally do that. But yeah, send your super chats to me.
Like one of the gags is that like they'll ask a question of someone but send the other person the super chat. So yeah, they it's
like just happened to me where it was hey Matt, you share a birthday with my friend, can you wish them a happy birthday?
Yeah.
And they gave that super chat to somebody else.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
All right, Katie Sheffy.
This one is for me. Katie Sheppy, thank you so much. Thank you all for making me smile. You're good dudes. I appreciate that, Katie.
So do we want to take a second and let Carr and Lance read a couple?
Carr, take it away.
Yeah, all right. I don't have that many, so let's just go down the list. I'm gonna read name and then message, or dollar amount, then message. Okay, Grinning Guys, for $2. Thanks for your talk about anarchism. We need it. Yes, we do. Someone has to be the fucking violent, edgy shitlord of the group, and I usually will happily jump on that grenade. I got to keep communists on their toes. T Calico 499, no message. Thank you for your contribution. November DeMarc here from the Humanist Report. You were the best guest I've seen. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know. I hope it didn't take this long for the show to get melanated a little bit, but now that it is, yes, it is the best show ever. Thank you. Derek R, $2. Great to see you on the Leftist Mafia. And Derek R, great to see you in my chat. Wanda MV, $1.99. Thank you. Nicholas Bridges, $5. Amazing guest for Leftist Mafia. Hope we get to see you on another Thursday. Oh, you most certainly will. That is a given. Tokyo Hans for the 500 yuan. Please enjoy some more money from Bender Chat. Thank you, Matt Bender, for your chat's money, and thank you, Tokyo Hans.
You're welcome.
Lo and behold, $10. Thank you for the contribution. Karen Nier, $4.99. Thank you for the contribution. Brandy Russum, $10. Whew. Making me tingly. Such a refreshing voice and POV. In solidarity, sent from the Humanist Report. Interestingly enough, Brandy Russum, if you subscribe to my OnlyFans, I will read anything you send me in this voice. Anything at all. Anyway, Narrative Dude, 1999. That was a joke. I don't have an OnlyFans, but I should. I wonder if people would pay me to do that. Let's see here. Sorry, lost my place. Right. Narrative Dude, 1999. God damn, guys. Brilliant work tonight. I'll enjoy catching up on your work. Keep speaking the truth for us. There are some of us that share your experiences, need to hear your story. Thank you. Thomas Jerome Newton, CLP 2200. What's CLP, gang? I'm stupid. Do you know what that currency is?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't know.
Thomas Jerome Newton, CLP 2200. Reach out to FD Signifier. I have and do. He's a friend. We've chatted a couple times on occasion, and people have mistaken me for him. But he actually gets ad revenue. Duke of Bread, $4.99. Good man. Thank you for what you do. Keep it up. I most certainly will. So Ren, $5. More love from Bender's chat. Great seeing you on. It was great being on. So Ren.
Oh, CLP was the Chilean peso.
Hey, Chilean pesos. Hell, damn, y'all are international. I just have different flavors of American Midwest usually. Mang Tang, because there's 3 G's at the end. Millennials kick ass. Gen X, meh. Beautiful words and much appreciated, Car. Very happy to know you now. Thanks for the incredible words. Thanks, my guy. Tokyo Hans, 1,000 yuan. Happy belated birthday, Matt. Happy belated birthday, Matt.
Tokyo, and I guess thank you to you too, Car, for reading that super chat, wishing me a happy birthday.
Mila Rasan, $2. Car, please equalize the sound. I can't boost them anymore. I do not know why they're so low. Derek, hold on. Okay, here we go. Derek R, $2. Ask Matt how it feels to not get this super chat.
Ooh.
Hey, if it's going to a guest and not one of my co-hosts, I support it.
Excellent. Sharpie Diesel, $10. Here's some dollars for Matt, but you can just keep it for yourself. You know, I will totally give him the money. Your first super chat ever, Sharpie Diesel. Thank you for giving it to me and not Matt Bender. Dusty Partition, $1. Thank you for the contribution. 0PE, thank you for introducing me to a fellow black anarchist. Respect. So, let's see here. Venetia David, €5. Are we sending Matt's money to you today, Car? Thank you for your insights today. Yes, send all of Matt's money, then go to Matt's house and find his account numbers and send me his actual money as well. Okay, it's not crime.
Do you need my social security and mother's maiden name as well?
Yes. Fruit Bats. Oh, longtime regular and patron, Fruit Bats. $2. Thank you. Would your OnlyFans be you reading theory, scantily clad? Look, if the money's there, I'm not saying no. So, that's all for the super chats that I have on my end, gang.
All right, Lance.
Yeah, mine are super short too. I'll get through them all right away. My dogs are goth. Thank you so much for the $10, Lance. This is for your hilarious Jordan Peterson impression. Oh yeah,
so
bloody
good.
hell, thank you. Derek R, thank you for the $2.
That's very
You
good.
should continue to work on it and explore your options as a Jordan Peterson impersonator.
Derek R, thank you for the $2. Here's a super chat for the silly Canadian guy. I appreciate the pity chat. Kate Hartley with the incredibly generous $20. Much love from Burnaby. What's Car's channel? We'll put it again, the links in the chats.
Yes, check the link. And if you're just listening, car_YZ or YZ for you filthy Canucks. car_YZ on YouTube.
Just
that will
dropped
find
it in
me.
all of our chats again. So wherever you're watching, you should get it.
On YouTube, not Twitch. I don't fucks with Twitch anymore. Building an audience on Twitch, I'd rather just beat myself in the head with a hammer. So YouTube Live, you can find me there. That's where my scripted videos are. I'm normally an essayist. I'm part-time streamer.
Wanda MV, thank you so much for the 199. Thank you for all you do. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate it. And my final super chat, Meow Nian with the generous 699. Do you know of any good Asian lefty streamers or SAS? They seem like a rare bunch. If so, will they ever come on the show? And this is not necessarily a bread tuber. I highly recommend the channel Accented Cinema if you haven't already checked it out. Ascented spelled ACCENTED, Ascented Cinema. It's a big channel, but it has a ton of really, really interesting long video essays on, say, like the either desexualization or hypersexualization of Asian men in cinema, stuff like that. Really good stuff. But I'd also recommend youtube.com/the Serfs TV because my co-host who usually does videos with me over there, his family is Sikh from India, and Dave does great content on the YouTube as well. To go check it out. Oh, and I just got one more. So Ren with the $5. Thank you so much with the message. Lance rules. I do. I appreciate that.
Lance rules.
All right,
On to
so this is either for you, Matt, or David.
Rachel Atwood, 1,000 times yes. I'm just hanging out. We have plenty of time. Y'all keep super chatting. I'm sticking around.
Whoa, this is all what I can't read this.
Nice hearing NDG Tyson talk about space.
Yeah, it's hard to read this one. Thank you for the help, Mike. I think we did the best.
I hope that clears things up.
I want whatever drugs you're on.
Yeah, yes, please share your drugs.
Yeah.
Trump's mugshot.
Tokyo Hans with a super chat. Trump's mugshot has the whole spoiled baby I don't wanna face. I mean, he looks like he looks like he usually does make these sort of Grinch-esque facial features, expressions, I should say. But this one, I feel like it's really pronounced. Like he really looks like the Grinch.
A little bit.
This for you? I mean, we all have to answer it, of course, but this is for David. Sean DeStefano, $4.99. What are your guys' favorite Pop-Tart flavors? Mine is s'mores or wild berry.
That's a good one.
S'mores, though.
Mine's the chocolate one.
Good choice.
It's funny because I don't like chocolate usually. I'm not a big chocolate fan. I don't like chocolate candy, but the chocolate Pop-Tart just hits right.
It's good.
There is I think it's kind of a limited flavor. There is a cookie dough one that's pretty tasty.
That one is good. I just
and it's I don't even normally eat the things, but if I see them on the shelf in the stores, I'm getting at least 3 cases. So
I hate that you brought that up because now if I see it in the store or if I look for it accidentally, then it's very good. How about you, Lance?
I'm drawing a blank right now.
Now, Canadians don't eat the junk food we do.
No, I eat junk food, but I've never been a Pop-Tart person. I didn't grow up with them. My parents were kind of like only organic health food kind of stuff, which in hindsight was actually kind of loving of them. But no, I didn't grow up with Pop-Tarts.
Wow. God, well, maybe I'll take fucking, not having healthcare to be raised with Pop-Tarts. I guess America won on this one right now.
Fuck yeah.
I'm assuming this is for Binder.
I think it is. Yeah, Eagle left. Hey Binder, this is Usama. A reminder to schedule our meeting for the week after next, and to read DMs on X, Skype, email, Discord. I am so behind on my messages. Usama, I will get back to you. I promise. We'll set something up to get you on to talk.
Can't believe you had the super chat.
Yes, and by the way,
you're the worst.
Since they're on this, Riverboat Jack has been trying to get a hold of you. I did give her your email address as well.
Okay, I got
but please make sure that you don't forget.
It's
Publicly, I'm reminding him again, so I did my part.
I want to make it clear.
Yes,
I'm not ignoring these. If you see my inboxes, it's little because I was away for the beginning of this month, and I'm just behind, and I haven't caught up, and it's just like I received so much. I'm not saying I'm like super popular either. There's just like there's the good stuff intertwined with like tons and tons of spam and garbage.
I feel you. Which, by the way, speaking of Riverboat Jack, since I invoked her name, we've got to bring her on sometime. She'd be a great guest too.
Yes,
agreed.
Okay, this one is from me, from Eagle Left, $5 Canadian. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mike, for your show. I want to discuss a serious topic. I would love to talk about the Baloch genocide with any of you. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, I don't know actually a lot about this. This is taking place in Pakistan. I believe. I don't know enough about this, so I would have to educate myself about this particular issue. I typically don't like to talk about international issues on my show just because I choose to stay in my lane, just because it's really difficult to like get all of those details. But if we can have somebody that you would recommend on the show to talk about this, I'd love to have them on to talk about it on Leftist Mafia. So yeah, thank you for that. Matt?
Is this for me? No, it's
Bloßfleisch.
No.
Das
Okay, so that means it's for
Probably
David.
for David.
Das Bloßfleisch with 11.99 euros. Hello from Germany. You spoke about Childhood Series 2 or 3 weeks ago. We did. That was fun. You forgot to mention the raccoons. I love that one. Another Canadian gem is Jagged Alliance 2, one of the best games ever made. You know what? I haven't played that, but I wonder if David has. And then this one from...
This one is for me.
Ah.
Foresto Mintero with a super chat. I'm not a conspiracy person at all. I believe everything I hear, says Tucker Carlson.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny.
He couldn't even say that with a straight face.
Yeah, I'm not a conspiracy theorist as he's going on about Epstein gonna kill himself.
How about this one, Matt?
This one is not for me.
All right, so Bayphoto $5 for David Dole. Warms my heart to see that Tucker Carlson has fallen off so hard. Yeah, I'm really happy about that. He is proving that like once you lose that massive platform, there's nothing that can compare to it. Having that primetime spot on Fox News gives you a lot of influence. And, you know, he still has influence and will for the foreseeable future, but there's no comparison to being on Fox News, right? So, yeah, I am happy to see that too.
This one is for me. Bayphoto with another super chat, but this one's for me. So if the Tucker interview popped up in your feed and played for at least 2 seconds, did it count towards the 200 million plus views? Okay, so I just released a piece a few hours ago, published at Mashable, about, you know, you might have seen the Tucker Carlson Trump interview going around X, aka Twitter, yesterday during the debate. That's when it published. The Trump supporters and Trump himself have been boasting about the hundreds of millions of views. The little counter on the bottom of the tweet says. It says something like 240 million views or something like that at this point. My piece looks at the fact that it's not 240 million video views. That's tweet impressions. I have an old version of Twitter for Android on one of my devices here, which still displays the video views metric, which Elon Musk had removed from Twitter. I mean, the user who posts the content can still see in their private analytics how many video views they actually get. But the
Nong fa. Nong fa. You cringe.
Tweet impression view
Up-tarts are great.
And it makes the content look like it's more popular.
You need to reach out to anybody who can ship you some Pop-Tarts if you don't have the Pop-Tarts where you are. Pop-Tarts are great. Nong fa.
Posts is an impression. Anytime a post shows up in your feed, anytime you click on this post and view it on the tweet page itself, anytime the recommendation algorithm puts it into your feed, anytime someone retweets it and you see it, that's an impression. If you view it on a different device, that's an impression. That's not viewing the video. That's just viewing the post. This is the same for posts that are just text. So your view that so if the Tucker interview popped up on your feed, it didn't even have to play at all for your view to count towards that 200 plus million views. Now the actual video views, like I said, that's been removed, but I have an older device that still shows that. Is last time I checked, which was a few hours ago, is at 14.5 million views. That's a lot less than 240 million views. Mm-hmm. On top of that, those 14.5 million views, it counts a view if the video plays for 2 seconds or more, autoplays count, and say you're scrolling by and you don't even watch the video, but it autoplays and you're scrolling by, and at least 50%, if at least 50% of the video player is visible in your screen during that time and you don't scroll by before the 2 second mark, that counts as well. So we don't really know how many people actually watched, as in like purposely viewed a significant portion of the video and actually viewed the content. But what we do know is that that tweet video view is 17 times less than the impression view, and that's just for people who play the video, autoplays included, for 2 seconds or more. So yeah, it's ridiculous metric.
Yeah. Okay, so this one is for me from Narrative Dude, 1999. Thank you so much for the generous super chat. Gen X boomers, as a general rule, are awful. I'm Gen X, and the people I went to school with are miserable humans and unable to see the horrors that our generation has created. Thanks, and keep calling out the hypocrisy. Yeah, I think that every generation has a little bit of a shittiness in it. There's some.
Oh, we've
but with that
created
being
some
said-
too, millennials. Trust me.
Absolutely, absolutely. But there's some good. We have a lot of good boomers who watch the show and good Gen Xers who watch the show. It just depends. I will rep my generation. I think millennials are probably the second best to Gen Z. But yeah.
I mean, because the problem is that our response to it was apathy and depression and just fuck it, anxiety. And then we went and had kids, and we're like, hey, buddy, shit sucks. And our kids are like, and you're just sitting down? Like, you need to go, why aren't you all breaking shit right now?
The world's on fire.
Yeah.
And they're just like, well, we're faced with hopelessness. We're not going to keep just going to work and putting up with it. Screw that. We are willing to forego some comfort to tear the shit down if they're not going to fix it. And so, yes, Gen Z has its pros because they see firsthand how bad it really is, and we're not indoctrinating them otherwise and selling the myth anymore because we were sold the myth and that didn't pay off. So we're just like, yeah, no, it's the dream is a lie. We're living in an American nightmare. And
that's a really great way to frame it because I never thought of it that way. Like, yeah, we started life with like, oh, hey, if you do this, then X will happen. If you do Y, then this will happen. When they get the straight shit. Like they really, it's fucked. Sorry.
I have a 15-year-old, and I sometimes worry how far I have corrupted them because they are just as F12 ACAB as me, and they're just like, hey, those overpriced 5/1 like gentrified apartments they're building around the corner? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, that podcast you listen to said they're really flammable when they're still being built. And they're like, do you know anything about accelerants? And I'm like, nothing I can say on the record in Minecraft or GTA. Yeah.
Sounds like a hard Minecraft level.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Yeah, we gave them video games with all great protagonists actually fighting against the system, and showed them movies with fucking Harry Potter and Hunger Games and shit about fighting back against the system, and then we just sit on our asses. And they're like, why aren't you being like Harry Potter and Katniss and all these revolutionaries in the movies? And I'm like, adulting's hard, I'm tired. I want to just sit and play Fortnite and drink.
Get high and play video games all night.
Exactly. They're young though. They still have the energy to do something about it. That's something that I've found talking to younger Gen Xers that are more directly adjacent to me, because I'm in my mid-30s, as on the older end of millennial, but I have friends who are in their early 40s who are on the younger end of Gen X, and they're just like, yeah, I'm kind of passing the torch here, but like, no, the shit's bad, and people need to be protesting this,
Yeah. All right. Kowalski,
keep them coming.
Is this for you?
Yep, Kowalski, the super chat. 8 p.m. Thursday and October are the same vibe. What?
I feel that actually. I can't explain what he's saying, but I get exactly what he's saying. Like it feels the same. Same position, like in the day, in the week, in the year. I don't know how to articulate that, but I just get it. It resonates with me strongly.
Maybe I'm not feeling it just because I so closely tie October with fall and my favorite holiday, Halloween. So I don't know. Do Canadians have that, Lance? Do you all do that too?
We do have Halloween.
Oh,
With the candy and the trick or treating?
It's identical to what the American experience looks like.
That's great to hear. You at least got the one good holiday. You know,
And then
it's my favorite one
in October, right?
We do Thanksgiving, but we do it at a different time. It actually stands for different things.
Someday we need to have a chat on stream about what I'm sure is a little bit of bullshit behind your Thanksgiving holiday.
Yeah.
Ours is a hell of a lot of bullshit, so I don't know about yours.
Oh, they both are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be a Thanksgiving week stream. We can sit. We can each have a turkey leg and
Done and done.
share Thanksgiving myths.
Is this for you, Matt?
Is it for me? No, it is not.
All right, well, it's for David Dole, so I'll read it out. Pitchforks Dragon, $5. Fixing the problem with unhoused people is actually incredibly simple. House them.
Like
Yeah.
I said.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Okay, so this one, I'm assuming this is for you or David, Matt.
Not for me.
So Koru, a member for Rational National, of Rational National for 48 months. I would give you applause if I had it, but I don't have that. But anyways, there are social programs in the U.S., but you need many more. Why is socialism so frightening to Americans? I think that part of it is a lot of the older generation, they grew up during the Red Scare, during the Cold War, and that anti-socialist, ideals, like that whole McCarthyist era, is deeply embedded in their souls. So, like, when they hear the word socialism, it still has like they have this visceral response to it. So that is part of it, and trying to deprogram them from that is very difficult to do, if not impossible.
We also ride great man fallacy really fucking hard here. Like, we're just coming out on the other side of the idea that these founding fathers were these fucking scions of democracy and freedom. And when the unspoken sort of secondary philosophy behind that is, oh, well, it just took a bunch of plucky dudes to fight off the British and earn their freedom, then you can just try really hard and earn anything else you want. You know, and we codified that shit into the very foundation of our country. And then we taught, 300 years worth of generations that. And now we're unlearning it.
Like, why are all these slave-owning rapists on the money? Why do you venerate them?
Right.
Why do you make statues? We do the same thing in Canada. We've got statues to a variety, even on the dollar bills, to white supremacists who were engaged in indigenous genocide. Why do you celebrate this? What's the celebration?
Yes. Why would anyone celebrate Thomas fucking Jefferson when you read the highly available history about this man and you're just like,
highly available, true.
Oh my goodness. Like, we're supposed to like this guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a cult. We don't have to worship the founders. We can actually say they're pretty shitty. Like, that's okay. you can say that, actually. Matt, is this one yours?
It is. Pluvius with a super chat. Just for reference, Turtle Mitch is a senator. His election is statewide. He wins by voter suppression and spending 3 times his opponent.
He does do that. I correct what I said. He is a state senator.
No,
But
he's
it
a
does.
U.S. senator.
Huh? Or yeah, he is a
U.S. senator.
he's a U.S. senator, so it is a statewide election, I should say. Kentucky's funky, right? Because like, in terms of like the continental U.S., it's fairly far north, but it was a Confederate state in the Civil War, and it is heavily infected with lots and lots of very religious, very conservative voters. Like, even to this day, you see all manner. Same with Indiana, our other neighboring state. I'm in Ohio, and it's it's honestly gross how many years behind that state is at times. But, you know, alcohol and tobacco does have a lower tax in Kentucky than Ohio. So, good place to buy your hooch.
All right, this one is from me. There's no message, but it's from Jeff Petit. Thank you so much for the $7. I've got another one. This is from Dan Gonzalez, $10. I think the fundamental conceit of political backsliding is a kind of fatalistic religious devotion to capitalism where the system will fix itself. It can't and needs to be disposed of and replaced. Yeah, I agree with that. That requires a paradigm shift, right? Because our thinking is still very deeply. I mean, we've been brainwashed, right? Since we were raised, we weren't just taught that capitalism good, but that to even question capitalism is blasphemous, right? So we have to deprogram people in society and get them to see that there are actually, believe it or not, different economic systems than just capitalism. Don't have to stick with it forever. We made it up. We can make up something much better and can and should replace it. But it's a process, right? And I feel like, millennials and Gen Z are in the process of trying to make that paradigm shift. But capitalism is not going to die easily. It's going to kill us likely before we kill it first, unfortunately. But we're trying. So, I think this is for David, or is it for you, Matt? Oh no, I'm sorry. This is for me.
Super sticker.
I didn't realize that it's a super sticker. Okay, it's a little. It's a exercise pair doing a thumbs up. Thank you so much. I also see another one that I have from me. It's a super sticker from Jorge Antonio San Martin Pena.
Are either of you Chilean? You have a lot of Chilean fans.
My dad was born in Santiago.
Holy shit!
Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Represent.
this is a sticker of a hippo punching up, doing an uppercut, saying KO. And then we have one from Balthazar. I think this is from Matt.
Yeah, it is Balthazar with a $10 super chat. Matt, help. I started cleaning my room and ended up in a Moscow rehab facility with a lobster daughter.
Help. His daughter's poisoning him to death with an all-meat diet.
Yeah.
They're
Scurvy
weird.
queen.
They are
Yeah,
a
they're
weird. I don't know what else to. I don't know. They're just a weird.
That's a bizarre family, for sure.
Yeah, they are. Okay, T King with $2 here. Small boost for the Mafia. Let's get more call-ins. I'd love that. We have to figure it out though, because we can't do a call-in where only Matt can hear and he has to relay our messages. That's not good.
We'll figure it out
for
Yeah,
anyone.
We'll figure it out.
Not good for Matt. Not good for the caller. Not good for us who want to get in. So we'll workshop it, right? I know that David said he's going to reach out to StreamYard too.
I would think what you could do is, I don't know how well StreamYard does it, but I think Streamlabs has a plugin for StreamYard, and what you could do is run audio of the call through Streamlabs, and then basically make it like another user in the Streamlabs that you bring in when you connect someone.
Oh, okay.
Because then what you would be doing is streaming into StreamYards. Just my thought. Off the cuff, what I could think of to get that to work. Because when you say call-ins, are you using Discord chat or an actual phone number?
I was using Skype.
Skype. Oof. What is this? 2009?
I have I use the program I use to stream called Ecamm Live. They have a built-in Skype integration, so when I'm streaming on my own feed, I'm just able to click a button and bring the viewer, the caller, right into the stream, and I can take multiple people if I need to. And the quality's actually, everyone who has watched, they make that same joke. No one uses Skype anymore, and then they go, "Oh shit, the recording, the quality is better than other things I've used." So I use Skype because it works for me. All right.
It works.
Look, I, as somebody who's not tech savvy, I do understand Skype, so there's the benefit of it being more intuitive and user friendly, in my opinion. But yeah. Matt Claremont, is this for you, Matt?
Yes, it is. This man knows how to take a headshot. This could be a promo for The Apprentice, says Matt Claremont with a super chat.
Referencing Trump, I think.
Trump's mugshot, I guess. Right? Yeah.
It's a great picture. I think this one is for you, Matt.
It is not.
Oh, okay.
But I'll read it if you want. Sure, I'll
Yeah,
read it because
feel
I'll
free.
take the. Yeah, Rachel Atwood with a super chat for David Dole. I'm guessing. Would you consider Jeff Ians on as a guest? I don't know, David. Would you?
David, you're not here to answer. Where you at, man?
Yeah, the name doesn't. The name sounds familiar, but this person's face is not coming into my brain right now. But we're open to it. But there's a shit ton of people who we want to bring on the show. So
Fuck it. Let's nuke the forest. Bring on Louis Farrakhan. I'll join you.
Wow, I was like, we're gonna get controversial now.
I don't know if I want that smoke.
Don't fear the fire.
So this one is from me, from Cosmere Dragon 2024. Thank you so much. That's a very, very generous super chat. Every American with the ability to vote in their state's Democratic primary can vote for Marianne Williamson with literally no negative consequences. Worst case scenario, you have the option to vote for Biden again, spread the word. Yeah, hey, listen, I am going to be voting for Marianne Williamson in my Democratic Party primary because I absolutely agree with you. I think that primaries are perfectly fine. Like anyone who says that a primary challenger is a spoiler is extremely paranoid and disingenuous. So yeah, I agree with that. I'll be voting for Marianne for sure, because I'm not a big Biden fan because he's a neolib.
Is he running again? I thought he was done. Did he say he's going to run again?
Yeah, it's official. He is.
Oh, God damn it!
Running again. Yeah. I was hoping that wouldn't happen.
Great,
but
so
it's
he's going to win again. God damn it!
Okay, so Matt, either this is for you or for David. Do you want to read it?
I'll read it. Narrator with a super chat. Is it for me though? Let me just make sure to. Yes, it is. With a $10 super chat. I'll get excited because it is for me. As leftists, we have to be in favor of reformation and rehabilitation for anyone when it's real. Not saying a simple apology is enough or that we should be rooting for anyone in particular. I'm assuming, this super chat from Narrator came shortly after the Donald Trump mugshot came out. So I'm assuming this is referencing. I'm joking. Did no one get that? I'm sorry. I guess you're joking.
No, I get it.
It didn't land. It didn't land.
No,
All right.
No, I think some of your chat expats that have joined my chat thought I was being serious about Louis Farrakhan. Guys, I'm not NOI. I will punch the man given the opportunity in Roblox. So no, I don't. No, that was a gag. That was a bit. I'm shit posting.
Kind of gag that we do on the show all the time. Really, are you gonna give Car shit for that? We say dumb shit like that all the time.
No, they're not giving me shit. Just a couple people like, oh wow, that would be a really rough string. Guys, I'm not gonna do that. If I did, I would mute his voice and just roast him for 30 minutes straight.
Yeah. This one is for me from Chelsea Seashore. $20. My goodness, thank you so much. That is so kind. Petition to make Carr the next leftist mafia capo.
Listen, if you call together a board vote, you get 2/3. It's a whole thing. But if we do that, you can make me a made man. And the first step to that, Chelsea, is redirecting that $20 over here.
You learn fast.
Yeah.
And I have a couple more that are out of order, but they're related to Carr. So let me get to those really quick.
Aww.
So this person here says, November DeMarc with $5. Where can I find Carr on YouTube? So let me make sure I still have the link. I'm going to post it one more time so people can find it. This is a link to Carr's channel. Go over there and subscribe right now. This is going to be blasted on all of our channels.
Oh, thank you.
There's 1,100 people watching. I feel like if you all subscribed, if you're not already, you can get Carr to 10K tonight. So let's do it.
Oh shit, I'm gonna have to do that push goal. Damn.
Do it.
All right.
Do it, yes. And also one more from me here. Or actually, no, there's two more from me about Carr. Actually, So Hideous Lemon with £2 says Car is honestly the leftist mafia goat guest. Really, they really love you, Car.
Thank you.
Lots and lots of really good feedback here. Meng Tang sent in $20. Thank you so much, Meng Tang. That's incredibly kind. And also, nice to see you again. Meng Tang showed up to my monthly Zoom call last time, so I got to meet her, and she was awesome. Please clip the Car chat on addiction. My sis is in recovery, meth and black. We've been losing loved ones since kindergarten. Dad was in NA. Incredibly important, and I'd love to share your voices with my normie loved ones. I'll try to remember to do that. I'm gonna I usually clip out things the following day for the second channel. I'll try to remember to clip that out in particular because I agree that could be really helpful.
Yeah, I think so too.
What I would quickly say to that, because I actually lost my sister to addiction, is that take it one day at a time, and just tell them you love them, because it's probably true and really important, and everyone loves you too.
Don't give up on them.
Yeah.
The person you know and love is down there still. They're in there, and that person probably wants your help. They're fighting through a chemical barrier. So don't give up on them. Do what you can. Obviously, operate for your safety and theirs. But, yeah, no. Keep pushing, because people can be pulled out of it. They really, really can.
Agreed.
They really, really can.
Okay, so before we get back in order, do any of you want to read your chats, Lance or Carr?
I've gotten more, because you guys chat. I joke, but you guys are have very, very generous audience. So
just want to be clear. It seems like a lot, most of the super chats in your chat specifically are saying they're from my audience. I want to say mine.
I had some too. Okay.
Amazing.
So, and this person here, because listen, you made a super chat, so now I'm really calling you out. Anyway, their name isn't a Cyrillic script, so I didn't know what it was. So I said, you tell me how to say your name. And they said, it's Namong. And I said, Namong, your comment that Pop-Tarts are bad, not good. Pop-Tarts are great. If you don't have them where you are, get them shipped from one of the lovely people here in chat. Pop-Tarts rule. Thank you for the $2, Namong. Appreciate you. Your first ever super chat. All right. Oh, y'all are making me work for these names. Tunbosun Oyenuga. Car, can you give this to Matt? Seem to misplace this. $1.99. Thank you, Tunbosun. Rachel Atwood, $2. Give some love to Jeff Wiggins on TLF Plus. Here you. What is TLF? Sorry, memories eroded by alcohol. What is TLF?
I don't know.
Oh. Okay. I will give some love to Jeff Wiggins. I don't know who that is. Let's see here. Friendly Neighborhood Schneiderman. Hey, patron with the super chat as well. Solidarity. Can't wait to see you back to making videos. I know. Schneiderman, was that your first super chat? Holy crap. Thank you.
I think
long-time patron.
Pretty awesome.
Oh,
he is.
A
And
lot of baddies online. Yeah.
And long time supporter.
I love how Carr's apparently receiving all these first-time super chats from our viewers, which means that they've been watching us for who knows how long. Have been like
38 episodes,
and then all of a sudden they watch Carr for one episode, and they're like, "Take my money, here you go."
I said a long time ago at the beginning that melanin is a superpower. Y'all are just getting up to my level. Get some sunlight. Pluvius, $10, and one for you, sir. I think a lot of the left failing men thing is that the right was actively radicalizing young men into fascism a couple of years before there was a strong left presence online. Yeah, that definitely plays a role. But I also, guys, you have to remember, the right's message is way easier to convey. Bigotry's easy, finding.
You need a message to convey. Even you can just get mad at someone, blame
just
someone
being
for your problem.
angry and saying you need to make the system work for you within the system is an easy message. Like, and this is not some masterful understanding that I'm flexing. Many YouTubers have pointed this out. I didn't know this person was controversial, but Ian Danskin, creator of the alt-right playbook, has gone over this ad nauseum. Right? And I've gone over this now that I think about it, right? Like they are riding behind a really easy message. Mila Reason, $2. Is David Bess on your radar? No, I don't know who that is, but I'm happy for recommendations. So link some shit in the doobly-doo in the chat for me. Scroll. There's a few more that are literally coming in while I'm reading. Because they're just really wanting to stick it to Matt's chat. $10 from Andrew S. Shout out to Carr from Matt's chat. Thank you. You actually did send that chat to the right place. Thank you, Andrew. Thomas Ford, $5. Nice to see someone from Ohio in the commentary sphere. Love from Kent in the Northeast. Ooh, Kent. 4 down in Kent, Ohio. Crazy. $2 from the Matt Mercy from the Blue Sky Monster of the Week. Much love. You know, if you've got any pull over there, tell them to approve my application. That'd be cool. Chelsea Secord. The last name has a hard C. Thank you. Thank you for the $20, Chelsea Secord. Not, hard C. Let's see. Silly Boo, $10. Hi, this is my first live stream with the Leftist Mafia. I am from Dave's audience. Yeah, fuck Dave. All my homies hate Dave. Thank you, Silly Boo, for sticking around with me. Dave went offline.
That means I'm your homie, because no one hates him more than me.
Venetia David. No, we love Dave. Dave's a valued fellow content creator and is very, very good and professional at what he does. Venetia David, £5. Great British pounds.
Something right. He's got the biggest audience of all of us.
Look, here's the thing, right? He's unfairly got too many talents. First of all, he's very, very good public speaker. Secondly, he's got killer production values. Thirdly, why does he get to be handsome and have those first two things? Not even fair. Like, you don't get to have those first two things and be good looking. Fucking Dave. Venetia David for the £5. We really need to stop teasing Matt and giving away his super chats. It was his birthday yesterday. Thank you for celebrating Matt's birthday with me, Venetia.
Happy birthday again.
Cutthroat Juggalo, $5. Love you guys. Love you too, man. Verna Rochelle, $5. The Rational National. Who is that among you? Who's the Rational National? Is that Mike?
That's David Dolan.
Me.
That's.
No, you should have went along with it. God damn it, Matt.
Oh, I'm sorry. For a second, I thought you forgot who you were. Actually.
The Rational National sent me. Hope to see you again, Carr. I hope to see you and all of the Rational Nationals followers again. You know, check out my scripted videos. They're far better than whatever the hell this is that I'm doing. So, thank you guys. And thank you. Holy shit, is that Lost Sue in chat? What's up, Indigenous brethren? How are you? Anyway, go ahead, guys. You guys know Lost Sue?
Awesome.
He's great.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I recommend him every chance I get. Derek Gar with the $2.
I don't know who
not
Lost
pity.
Sue is. Who's Lost Sue?
He's a Twitch streamer, Indigenous, spelt Lost SIOUX, twitch.tv/Lost SIOUX if you want to go.
Indigenous streamer and activist.
check him out too.
Very level-headed, very, very smart, and
Very kind, too.
very kind guy. Knows his shit, top to bottom.
Mhm.
Love talking to him.
Derek Gar with the $2. Not pity your great, Lance. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the pity. Nicholas Bridges with the $5. Lance, get a Jordy Peterman supervillain tuxedo. If I could afford it. I'm assuming those things are probably disgustingly expensive. If I know suits, which I don't. The Last Disciple with the $5. Lance, any indie news, Rex, or tubers that cover more Canadian poly as opposed to the Rebel News Oxygen in the room? In terms of indie news, I mean, Canada Land, it's a little libby, but it does cover a ton. It's probably the biggest podcast, I think, out of Canada. The Parallel 49 podcast by Rob Rousseau is a little more extreme left-leaning if you're looking for that instead. And the content coverage. Chill Goblin does good content coverage of that as well. And then Dark Native, spelt with an 8, so N8V, does really good Indigenous coverage in Canada as well. The Matt Mercy with the $5 from Mike. Texas is more winnable than Ohio or Florida with the economically left candidate. I prefer. Sorry, it's cutting off. Probably could have boosted Abbott if Bet on My Stork didn't cock block me. And Mike, I don't know if that means anything to you. That was
Yeah. Who sent it in?
the Matt Mercy.
Matt Mercy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that in terms of like what's more in play, I honestly do think that Texas has a bigger chance of going blue than Florida at this point. It's just a matter of like when that's going to happen and how much voter suppression is going to keep people off the ballots. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but I think it is coming.
Cutthroat Juggalo with $5. Love you guys. Thanks,
Whoop,
Cutthroat,
whoop.
for donating in everyone's chat. That's very, very generous of you. And Venetia David with the £5. Thank you so much. Is this Matt's stream? Anyways, love you, Lance. Oh, thank you so much for giving me Matt's money. That's the greatest gift of all, is giving anyone else a donation that should be otherwise going to Binder. So
That's
I
so
appreciate
funny.
it.
I love
People
the
love to
chat
do
to
that.
Car, the one that hey everybody, let's be nice to Binder.
Thank you.
That was
I
so
mean,
fucking good.
that's great, you guys. But and realistically, though, if there happened to be, do you think does David like leave it this running on his stream?
Yeah.
So okay,
Yeah.
Rational National folks, you know, Daddy's asleep, so send it this way and to the assembled trust as well.
And
He
Prairie
doesn't
Fire,
need
thank
it
you for the
anymore.
$2. I appreciate that.
Hey, Kowalski. Okay, so let's see here. This is gonna either be for David or Matt.
It is for me. Tokyo Hans with a super chat. Sam's daughter using her father's clout to interview big stars. Right, that's absolutely what she did. And you know what? I would do the same if I had a dad who had connections.
And then we've got two of these.
And by the way, when I say connections and clout, we're talking about in the Sam Cedar vein of letting his daughter interview David Cross for her own private, non-existent show. Actually, she didn't have a show; she just wanted to interview him.
that's actually really cute, though. We got two of these messages. They're blank, but the message is in their name. ACAB includes Tone Police. I totally agree. That's good. Okay, and then we have another one here, either going to be for you or David, Matt. So feel free to read it.
It is for me. Oh, look at that. Also, I want to shout out Tokyo Hans gave out 5 gift memberships to my channel at YouTube.com.
Jesus, Tokyo Hans.
Thank you. I don't even know how to say this. D. Leopardixel's Wondrous Musings with a $10 super chat. Speaking about indigenous issues, is there an update about Hawaii governor threatening instating a ban on predatory land purchases of disaster areas impacted by the wildfire? I have not even... No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that he did, or he said that they went too far when it came to giving indigenous Hawaiians water rights back. Like, that's not the phrasing. I'm paraphrasing it, of course, but it's very, very fucked up right now currently. Yeah, I don't know with regard to this particular issue, though, personally. It wouldn't surprise me, though. He's a terrible, terrible governor. I'm assuming this is for Matt.
Is it? DSG Goodbar with a $5 super chat. Hey, Matt, hope your B-Day was good. Sadly lost 2 wrestlers recently. Terry Funk yesterday.
Oh,
and earlier it was
no.
reported that Bray Wyatt died at age 36. Rest in peace. Yeah,
That's
I
young.
just saw this.
No.
Are you a wrestling fan?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't hear? I
missed
broke.
that.
Triple H broke the news a few hours ago on Twitter.
I never have time to
Personally,
check news anymore. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Bray Wyatt.
Bray Wyatt, man.
Who literally just earlier this year, Undertaker did a angle with Bray Wyatt, literally passing the torch to him as like the next generation of like the horror wrestler character. Passed away. Sean Ross Sapp of Fightful, a great journalist who covers wrestling, he reported with permission from the family that Bray's been off TV for a few months now, and what ended up people were wondering why that was. And there was all sorts of rumors. he got COVID earlier this year after, I guess after we last saw him on TV. I'm not sure when that was, February, March, maybe April. I'm not sure when. And the COVID caused an existing heart condition he had to flare up again.
Oh my God.
And in recent weeks, there was news that he was actually he was recovering, and there was talk that maybe he would make a comeback by the end of the year. And then suddenly today, apparently, he had a heart attack and died.
Jesus.
36 years old.
That's a year older than me.
That's a year younger than me. And I just turned 37 yesterday.
That's my age.
I mean, just yesterday we were talking about how, because Terry Funk died, who's like a wrestling legend.
Absolute
and I mentioned
icon.
how, like, and I mentioned though that Terry Funk, it's sad, but he died at the age of 79, which is considered young. I mean, old for a wrestler. I mean, yeah, it's probably, in the age range of how people normally live for, but for a wrestler, that's very old. And here's an example of that. Just one day later, Bray Wyatt, one of the big wrestling stars who was going to be probably the future of WWE, has passed away at the age of 36 suddenly, due to complications from COVID. The really crazy part is he was in a group called the Wyatt family with two other people. And one of the other people in his group, Luke Harper, also known as Brody Lee, he passed away in December of 2020 suddenly at the age of 41. Not COVID related at all. The family was very clear about that when it happened because they didn't want conspiracy theories to fly, which we will undoubtedly, unfortunately, see about Bray Wyatt now. And I hope the very large wrestling community is ready.
He's from a whole family of them, isn't he?
Yeah, his father is the infamous wrestler IRS, Erwin R. Shyster.
His grandfather
Mike
was
Rotunda.
Blackjack, wasn't he?
Yes, was his grandfather or his uncle. His whole family is in wrestling. His brother is the wrestler Bo Dallas, who I think many people believe to be the character that was he was the one portraying Uncle Howdy, who was a character involved with Bray Wyatt before he disappeared from TV. This is going to be a big deal in the wrestling world that Bray Wyatt passed on. The Rock has already tweeted about it. His wife, he met his wife. She was a Tough Enough, which was like a wrestling reality show competitor. And she ended up getting hired by the WWE as a ring announcer. Her name is JoJo. I forget what her last name is. And they met and they got married. They have kids. This is gonna be this is.
No, that's a shockwave for sure. That hurts because he was decent. Like, right. He had the personality and the stage presence, and he had the mic skills.
Rebecca.
Hello.
Rebecca.
Hey guys, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry to our guests. I apologize for just popping in like that. That's terrible. This is terrible. I went to sleep for 30 minutes and I put my alarm clock on. And
it's so many people in chat being like, what happened to Rebecca? Where is she?
I know. It was just terrible. I went to sleep for like 30. I said, okay, I'm going to do 30 minutes, put the alarm clock on. And that was my life. I was like, David, I guess I needed the rest. And
yeah,
I apologize. And so
very relatable. Yeah. But hopefully you feel better at least, right? I feel like we're all tired after yesterday's stream.
It was.
I'm not.
Well, you're not normal, Matt.
Could do this all day like it ain't nothing.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. 2 back-to-back streams is a lot. No, I'm just glad that you're okay, Rebecca. Just because whenever we don't hear from someone, I always worry a little bit, just like the uncle in me. But But
I
yeah,
appreciate it.
No, it's good that you got sleep.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell?
Rest is resistance.
Are these people still on?
Of course.
We're just we should have been done a while ago. We're
they
just
dropped
reading
the Trump photo without me on there running my mouth. This is absolutely absurd. I apologize. I am so sorry.
No, that's cool.
It works out. They brought me on, and I talk too damn much, so that's why it'll run. It'll keep running. So as long as I'm here.
I love that thing, and I didn't mean to I didn't even mean to pop on and do like that. But you know what's funny? Bender was like, Rebecca, you should get on. Okay, well I'm gonna get on. Okay.
Yes, it's better for it too.
So we're just basically reading super chats and kind of like just shooting the shit here. Before we continue, though, I did want to highlight this really quick. So this is Ole's editor, Aaron, and so he's sharing his GoFundMe here. It says, "Rare serious moment for me. My dad recently lost his second leg and now has no legs. Trying to get him an accessible vehicle for him to be able to be active and live how he wants instead of bound to a chair. Anything helps." Now Ole shared this out. This is her editor slash right-hand man, as she says. Yeah, and he could really use the help. Great leftist, also great person. So, please consider.
Respect.
I will put a link in the chat, or excuse me, in the description box when this is like a video on demand. But please, if you can, send Aaron a couple of bucks, just because I hate to see this not get the attention it deserves. So I just wanted to spotlight that. Okay, so without further ado, okay, let me see where we are. Okay, so I think we're here, and I believe this is mine. This is from Kaylee O'Hara. Bittersweet day today, and thank you for the $5, Kaylee. Bittersweet day today. We got Trump's mugshot, but we lost Bray Wyatt. Yeah.
I think that, like, this is one of those guys that I think a lot of people are going to be familiar with, because he's one of those wrestlers that transcended just wrestling. Like he was definitely like hitting his like mainstream. Certainly, how like he's not going to be John Cena or someone, but everyone knows the Undertaker. Everyone knows Ric Flair. Like wrestlers who didn't break into the mainstream like The Rock or Stone Cold, but still got big enough where everyone, even outside of wrestling, knows who they are. This guy, he was, and he had a long career ahead of himself too. It's very sad.
Yeah.
Friends, I have to use this to bow out. My dog has been wanting me to walk him. I have to take him out now. He's just staring at me right now. So
take care, Lance.
Lance, thank you for bringing me on, brother. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having Carr on, Lance. This is great for me to
get to see it. I didn't even get to feel the new. I'm embarrassed. This is terrible.
Fill in Rebecca on everything that she missed.
So I came on and I called them slurs for 2 hours. That's what happened.
As we should.
You know what though? You all know me. I can let's start from the beginning. 2 hours, rewind, and do it all over again.
You're crazy. Just like David said, you are not human.
He's not human.
This is ridiculous. Like how?
Yeah. Okay. I mentioned this earlier, but I jumped off like fairly late last night when Matt was still talking to the caller. And then later on, I checked to see if he was still online, and Matt was still talking to the same caller. I'm like, oh my god!
Yeah, I ended up going 4 hours last night. Yeah,
it was a long stream. Yeah,
the debate was only 2 hours.
Oh my god! Yeah, I was so ready to do my to drop my first stream on my page. You guys got me through 1,000 already, so that's good.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, I got
nice.
I got to 1,000, and I was like, okay, tonight is the night. I'm about to stream on my page. We about to do Trump. we about to go in. We got things to talk about. Okay, we have things to discuss.
Yes.
And I said, let me just. Okay, I just got off of work. Yeah, I know I gotta work, with my situation. So I'm like, I gotta keep working. So I'm like, let me just lay my head down. I got 5 minutes, put the alarm on. We're gonna do 30 minutes.
Slumber.
The disrespect.
Slumber.
I don't know. Siri didn't do what she was supposed to do. Absolutely.
I never trust the AI. So Siri has done me wrong sometimes, where I set an alarm and it doesn't go off, and I do oversleep. So you are right to blame her. But either way, I think your body was just letting you know that like you need this.
Yeah. Dang.
Rest is
so
resistance.
Girl, you done been on this show 1 minute. Okay, you ain't come last week, and now this week, why would I sleep through my alarm? And I woke up, and I'm thinking, okay, it's gonna be time to just like put some makeup on, get on the show. Nope, it's 11. Y'all know I be gone past 11. Y'all know at 11, I'm like, see ya, love ya, mean it. I'm out of here. So,
I mean, you
uh,
don't have to stay super late just because you
no,
slept
and I'm
longer.
not. But if Matt said to pop in, I appreciate it. Matt, now tell me about your birthday. I know yesterday was your birthday. I
Mhm.
like to say that when it's like somebody's birthday in the middle of the week, especially, it's your birthday week. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
your holiday.
Hmm.
So
that's how
what
we're gonna
did you?
do it up. Cause I didn't take off yesterday because it's a Wednesday. I don't want to. That's
Yeah,
not
you
worth
said
a
that.
day off,
Hmm.
So the kids
Hey,
woke me
Disco
up.
Wolf, thanks for tuning in tonight. You have
24-year-old and
yourself a
8-year-old.
good
They got me
evening.
a birthday card. The family sent the texts and some Venmos from the siblings and the parents and the aunts. And Yeah, I worked, did my regular job and then did the debate stream. Before that, we got one of my favorite meals for dinner, Korean fried chicken from Banchan, which is a great place. And Then they got me a cake with no chocolate on it because I am not a fan of chocolate, as
I'm
you
not
all
a fan
know.
of chocolate either. I'm a chocolate girl, absolutely, and I know I taste good because mosquitoes love me. But I am not a fan of chocolate.
Oh,
I'm
I
not.
love
Yeah,
chocolate.
I like specific types of chocolate. Like I'm not a fan of chocolate ice cream, but I do like Rocky Road ice cream because the addition of the marshmallows and the peanuts, I
Mm,
guess, balance it
mhm.
out. I said earlier how my favorite Pop Tart flavor was indeed the chocolate chip flavor, even though again, but other than that, I don't like straight up chocolate. I don't like any sort of chocolate candy or not a big chocolate guy. But
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
so we had a non chocolate cake. And Yeah, I guess this weekend we'll do something. Probably end up going to like a theme park, a local theme park with the kids. Do
Yeah,
some
you told
rides or
us. I
something.
was like,
Nice.
dang, so you're not gonna throw the kids somewhere and then go enjoy go enjoy your birthday as a grown man. You're gonna take the kids. And I said, if that's what being a parent looks like, them kids could go. Them kids I don't want I'm kidding.
I mean, it's more
I'm
power to
kidding.
you if you like roller coasters. It turns out my legs are too long to really fit on them anymore.
How tall are you?
Six
Mm.
foot six.
Oh
Oh,
wow, you don't look that
that's
tall.
a
I
good
mean,
Yeah, I'm
height.
sitting
I
down.
guess yeah, I realize that.
So,
But
like,
I guess the camera angle. I mean, people actually thought for a long time that I was taller than I am, simply because they have always seen me sitting down. I'm a whole. I'm more than a foot shorter than you.
right. So, like, the camera
So you're
angle
over
here,
6 feet?
I have to.
No, you're over 6 feet. Matt, you're over 6 feet?
Oh no, I said I'm more than a foot shorter than him.
Oh,
I'm
Oh,
probably
wow.
okay. Mm.
I'm
Tiny.
between I'm roughly between 5'4" and 5'5". I'm short.
Oh, I'm taller than
Wow.
you. I'm a tall girl. I'm 5'7". So,
I'm
So,
5'7" too. We're the same.
okay,
my.
yeah. And for a man, that's like, they
That's pretty.
consider that short. But
Hmm.
for a woman, I'm Amazon, especially when I wear heels. I'm
Mm.
looking over everybody's head.
It's nice. I can point out male pattern baldness before most people realize it's coming.
Oh my
And,
God.
like, due to my stream setup, I have to kind of have my camera over this 22-inch monitor right in front of me. So it's going to have a slight downward tilt, which I guess diminishes me a little bit. But yeah, and I only have to do that so people don't see the absolute catastrophe of the mess of this office. But yeah, no, I'm 6'6", 350 pounds. So I'm a lot of human being in one package for sure. And yeah, size 16 shoes too. Those are fun to shop for.
Oh
16.
wow.
Shaquille O'Neal. That's what you're giving.
Yeah.
So did you ever play basketball? This is so racist. Did you ever play basketball?
Incidentally, no, I bucked the trend. In junior high, I did play basketball, but was terrible at it because I can't jump all that well. And I'm flat-footed. So I actually I was a varsity wrestler in high school, in addition to also playing football. I did that. Played football. Big black dude played football. So, I lived up to the reputation there. But yeah, basketball never did much for me. People ask me that at least twice a day, though. So that's good.
Yeah.
Mm.
Me and my brother, I go hiking weekly, and my brother was here with his best friend. They're both like over 6 feet, and we were hiking in a predominantly white area, and And we always do that. It's Kennesaw Mountain, and we were going up, and white people just kept staring, and I'm like, what are they staring at? I come here all the time.
They
What's the
just do
problem?
that.
And one guy was like, huh. And my little brother was like, why is he laughing? And then he stops and he says, so what position are you? Like what in basketball, football? You're a big guy. You're a big guy. And then he's standing in between my brother and his best friend and looking up at them. Big guys. You don't want to waste that. So what position are you? My little brother, he's rude. So he just looks at him and walks away. And I'm like, you do that? He's like, because I don't appreciate when white folks just walk up to me and like fawn over my height, my bigness, like, and tell me what position do I play in a sport. So I'm like, that's
Yeah.
but you look like you play a sport.
I
Like,
figure just get real crude with it. You know, people walk up, oh, what position do you play? I don't know, whichever one your wife wants, usually.
oh my, that's good. I need to write that down for my little brother to tell the people. That's good.
Well, real quick though, somebody did ask earlier, Rebecca, what our favorite Pop Tarts were. So we
Yeah,
have to
let's
have
get
you
that
weigh in,
input.
of course.
So, you know,
This could get you canceled. It's very, very.
This is a
it's
heated,
divisive
heated
thing here.
topic.
Yeah.
so I said I didn't like chocolate earlier. Pop Tarts is something that, right, when I was little, I just liked because it was societal logic. So now that I'm older, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Sweets does something to my it don't do what it used to do. Okay.
I'm the same way.
But if I was gonna
I do, yeah.
if I was gonna pop a tart, okay, it would be Oreos because I can dip it in milk. And I don't even like chocolate, but when I douse it where it's just like I can work with it. So it would
That's a
be
good
it would be an
choice.
Oreo Pop Tart.
Yeah, that does what you said resonates with me because the older I get, the less that my body can tolerate sugar. Even if I love it and I love Pop Tarts, I just
Yeah.
That insulin gets hard to come by.
right. Yeah. Yeah. The body doesn't work the way it used to.
No.
Unless you're
And
Matt Bender, then you're just superhuman.
I love like things that are like during 2020, y'all. It was COVID and everybody was in. You would just like all these quick wash places for like car washes that were popping up on every single corner. You're here. There's a gas station car wash. There's a car wash at the gas station, but then there's a standalone quick car wash everywhere. Right. The same thing was happening with the and that was just coming out in 2020, and here where I stay. And then the same thing was happening with crab leg spots, like juicy crab, the crusty crab, the crab.
What part of the
Who wants
country are
that?
you in?
It was it was Georgia. So Atlanta and outside of Atlanta and outside of Atlanta. So Metro Atlanta as well. It was just crab legs everywhere, and I thought, let me go try it. I went to one place called the Juicy Crab in Atlanta, and y'all, I lived there. But what it was doing to me, what it was making my body feel like when I had to get up and go run, I was
Oh.
slow. The salt was killing me, and then I went to go get my checkup. My doctor was like, "Girl, what are you eating now? What's changing your diet?" And I was like, "Girl, I'm eating crab legs every day, every day." And they were doing like a sale. Crab legs are so expensive, but they were like, "Come on down to the Juicy Crab. You get two king crab legs for like $5. Questionable in Georgia because ain't no beach right here." But I was going to get it. Okay, I was going to eat it, and I had to stop because the salt in that food, it was killing me. It was like I was slow, I was tired. It was not good.
It's too much iodine. There's a lot of
Oh,
naturally occurring iodine there, and it will just mess you up real
yeah,
bad.
it wasn't good for me. Like, I wouldn't know that. I was just like, this is so good. And there's a difference from the Juicy Crab in Atlanta and the Juicy Crab in Kennesaw. In Kennesaw, they lower the salt, like they make it a little more bland. And I'm like, where is the salt? I need the salt. Give me the salt. And I would go down to Atlanta, and then I would see everybody in this big old cafeteria. It's like a cafeteria, y'all. They're just eating, and they're slinging like the. Have y'all seen what is it? They Clone Tyrone or whatever it is on Netflix.
Oh
And
no,
how
I want to see it though.
so there's a part where they got all the black folks like eating chicken, and it's like a whole thing. That's how I felt with the crab legs. It was like we were all eating crab legs. Like like a year before, we weren't really eating crab legs like that. It was like, okay, we'll eat crab legs every now and again, unless you live like in the Caribbean or by the water. But we just started literally out of nowhere eating crab legs, and it was messing with my health. So
Mm.
yeah,
Gosh,
girl. Hmm?
it's just I feel like as soon as you hit like 25, then your body is just like you can't do what you used to. You know.
Your knees is cracking. Your
Yeah,
arms
no,
is
you
gotta
you
oil
feel that
down.
comeuppance real fast. It's just like, hey, remember when you used to like drink all night, get 2 hours of sleep, go work 10 hours, come home, eat a can of tuna and some bologna in your fridge, and then do it all again because you just felt invincible and you just shook off everything. What happened if now you just felt every bone in your body and you sneezed too hard and now you're sore?
Ooh.
Like recently for me, because like I played college football, and so I'm decently strong and I'm really big, and so I was at just a casual pool get together with my family and some friends, and I'm just relaxing in the pool, wanting my arthritis that I have at the age of 35 to not hurt so much, and thank you football. And my family's like, oh, let's dunk dad, and I'm like, let's not. And obviously no one person can do that, just 2 weeks. So then they get the harebrained idea for all three of them to come at me at once, mom and the two kids, to try and dunk me. And I did win, even having to body slam my son, 21-year-old son, in the water. And then for the next 2 weeks, I'm just like, the hell did I do to my shoulder? And that's what happens. You make a mistake, you fuck around, you find out with your body after 25. And
Yeah.
I'm
used to being outside and like right. I had this whole plan right before the pandemic. I had concerts to go to. I
oh,
had this. I mean, I said I'm doing it. I had outfits. My body was at its best. I literally just got boobs because I turned 30. It was a whole thing, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be great. And then the pandemic came, y'all. It was terrible. I just turned 30, and the food wasn't hitting like it should. I was sleeping later. The way that I became an alcoholic, I was depressed. I had got depression at the time too. And but the way that I was drinking, my best friend me, I would put her just to feel like I had somebody, I would put her on FaceTime. And then I'd be like, girl, take a wine glass. Girl, it's so crazy. What we became like, did you guys drink as much during the beginning of the pandemic?
We cleaned our liquor cabinet out within the first like month or so. I was just so distraught.
Yeah.
Well, and part of it was that like I lost my dad and then COVID hit a week later, so it was like a
so
bunch of
sad.
things. But yeah, we cleaned our liquor cabinet out. Yeah.
It was terrible. Matt, did you drink?
I don't drink at all.
That is such a like
wow.
jealous.
Impressive.
I'm at a place where now I'm able to. I had to work on. It wasn't like I was like, no, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. My name is Rebecca, and in 2020, I was an alcoholic. And no, seriously, I drank, and it took me a while to stop. I had to do the fasting, like the 21 days, like, and I had to do multiple because I would anything because of depression and I have anxiety really bad. And because of that, anything it was just triggering. I was so lonely. I went through a terrible breakup and I couldn't get to my family. It was really,
Right.
really bad. I just moved to the middle of nowhere and it was just terrible. And so like it was I drank so much, but now I'm able to control that. But before it was like you see a drink, you better drink it. Go to the store. Everybody was at the liquor stores was making mad money. Like
Oh yes. And it's funny
Mhm.
because like prior to that, I was always a social drinker. I like to party, and it was just like, okay, fuck, you're just sitting at home with nothing to do. Wake up every day, feed the dogs, just sit in my backyard with all my dogs, and just like for the longest time, I was strictly like a vodka guy, and then I'm just like, you know what? I live right here next to it. What's this bourbon thing all about? And I'm like, hey, over some ice? This is all right. And so it'll be like 11 a.m., feed the dogs, let them outside, sitting there, you know, that new sun coming up, and I'm just like, yeah, this is the life. Day drinking is, look, the pretense has been dropped. Post-COVID lockdowns, day drinking is on the table. Smoking a cigar every day is on the table, okay? Like, not, on your day off, not getting dressed is on the table. Right? Like, I had never in my life walked into my backyard in just my boxers. COVID lockdown? Oh, hell yeah. I'm out there at my flat top grill cooking eggs and bacon for breakfast. I'm just like, well, you know, I don't have to go back to work.
Life. I mean, what else can you do during the pandemic? Like, it was so miserable.
I did that and started a YouTube channel.
Yeah, and I got back on my show. Like, COVID got me back to doing my show. I was only out for less than a year. I said I am leaving politics. I'm tired of it. People are crazy. This space is whack. I ain't doing it no more. I can't. And I was like, this was my first corporate job that I worked in, and I went in there and I like to dress up. I like to put it on. Okay. And so when I walked in there, they were like, you don't have to dress like that. And I was offended. Immediately I said, no, I can't do this job anymore. I'm out of here. I can't do it. But I needed the job. So, but I was like literally gonna quit because I'm out of here. The pandemic came, and then it taught me that this whole time we were able to work from home. And the way that these corporate jobs, I started a whole like revolution at the job. See, that's why I'm not meant for the offices. I was like, what do you guys have in place? There are older people in here. The CDC just said, me reading, the CDC just said 50 or more people cannot be in a small space. This is cubicle farm. What are we doing with Miss Ethel over there, who is concerned about her health? Because the CDC also said if a person is above a certain age, they should be home. How about this pregnant woman over here? What are we doing with her? What do you guys have in place? And I'm like, can we send an email? They sent out an email and they were like, can we not alert and alarm the office with false information? I got up and I said to the office, I said, this is not false information. This is literally information that is coming from I was like doing the whole thing. Walked out, never went back into the office, kept my job.
Wow.
But I was like, it's like, it really showed me that all of those rules and regulations that these corporate jobs try to put on people, just to keep them hours and hours away, days. You don't see your kid. You see your kid for a few hours in the morning, and then at night to kiss them goodnight and put them into bed. And the school and everybody else gets to see your kid while you're sitting in a chemical farm, and really you can do this work from home. They want to make you feel like it's a privilege to work from home. They wanted to make you feel like, you have to work. I knew a woman at the place who worked there for 21 years doing the same exact thing. The same exact thing. Talked about how she didn't get to see her kids. And she said during the pandemic, she got an opportunity to start over with her grandchildren.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it was I think it opened a lot of people's eyes, and I was really hoping that it would radicalize some people. First of all, I know a number of people it opened their eyes as like, the government is giving them unemployment that's more than what a lot of them made. And the employer's sitting here saying, oh, boo the government, making people not want to come back to work. It was just like, you could pay me more, motherfucker. And just realizing that you haven't had any time to just sit and connect with your family. I had never had an Instagram account, and I didn't do a proper Instagram account because I think selfies are stupid, but I opened one up just to post all the food me and my kid made together. I had never made cinnamon rolls before, and I just made the most sinful, delectable cinnamon rolls ever. Tried my hand at making my own pizza dough from scratch, and just lots of cooking. Lots and lots of cooking and baking. Made my own donuts. shit that you just
Nice.
don't have time to do. Well, I like food, which my size should be a clue. And it's just like a
Again,
bunch
you're
of
sitting
things.
down. You look like who knows? You look
Yeah,
just
like you
a
look like
average dude.
Well, okay, here. Let's do a test then. One of you two gentlemen stand up from your seat and see how high up the camera goes.
do it.
Well, that doesn't really work either, I guess, because I'm really close to the camera. You know.
Yeah, okay. But here's the thing, right?
Oh.
Oh, okay. There's a much bigger difference. Like
Yeah.
I can just say hello like this. And,
Yeah,
But you're
yeah.
still, and you're still. Wow, Matt,
and
you're
you're
a
far away
tiny
from the
guy.
camera too.
Matt, you're tiny.
I'm skinny
even
too.
short.
Yeah.
I feel like I need like a frame of reference. Like here's a game controller in my hand.
Oh.
So
Is that a PS2 controller?
Well,
it's a Logitech
again, doesn't
PC
really do
controller.
anything. It doesn't really do
okay.
anything. It's hard to. It's hard to.
That's like, yeah, whatever.
It's like Andre the Giant holding that beer can, you know?
Well, look
Is
how
that-
tiny
wait,
you
hold
look
on,
compared
hold
to
on.
the dog.
This is
Your
a
dog- wait, hold on.
this is a
Your
Great
dog
Dane.
Catahoula?
The dog is huge.
It's a Great Dane. Okay.
This dog is
Oh,
120 pounds. This
my
dog can put its
God.
paws on my shoulders.
Your dog looks like my
Oh.
dog.
You have
Oh.
a Great Dane too, Matt?
I know. I have a Catahoula.
They're
I
similar.
don't even know what
They
that
have
is,
the
but it sounds
they have the
big.
same they have the same like leopard spots that your dog has.
Yeah.
Oh.
And now
Are
Are you sure
I
your
brought
dog's
him
not
in.
also a Catahoula?
No. He is a Great Dane with a dark blue merle coat. But no, he is a AKC papered purebred Great Dane.
Mike, you have a dog?
Oh yes, I have two. Yeah, they're
Are they
two
big?
little. They're two loaves of bread. One is a pug. The other is a French bulldog.
Oh my
See you with those
goodness.
dogs. I can
You
see
just
you
got
with
little
those dogs.
football dogs.
I can see Mike with those dogs though. I want one. During the pandemic, you know, they was just throwing dogs on the
What?
side at PetSmart.
What?
Like people would be like selling dogs, selling dogs, selling dogs. One dog going for, and I'm like, let me go pick a dog up. And then they were doing those special days where you can adopt a dog for free. And
Oh.
I was like, okay, let me go and then I would look at them. So cute.
Here, this is my dog, and you can see
Let's
why
see.
I think your dog looks like my dog.
Mm-hmm.
If you can, hold on, let me see if I can.
Is your dog a baby?
Yeah, he is. He's
Aw.
8 months old.
Well, they have some similar features, facial features, but what you got to understand is that like different coat colors are things that can be like shared from different breeds. Like for instance, my neighbors have a purebred pit that also is a dark blue merle, like dark blue merle color, and they actually look very similar, like their family members, despite the fact that he's 3 times her size.
The
And-
pug is mostly. The pug is
Here,
mostly
here, take
decorative.
it, Jesus.
Dogs are. I feel like they're babies forever. And
Oh, yeah.
This one is.
So I looked at the dog in the cage and I was like, man, I would love for you to come home with me. Don't connect because I'm gonna leave you here. But
Wow.
I just wanted to take it, but I'm like, I have to. I wasn't in the right mental space too. I was like,
Them
I gotta
intrusive
take care of
thoughts
it.
be strong.
I gotta walk it. I gotta feed it every day, and I gotta. Who's gonna watch the dog when I go out of town or whatever? And dogs can be expensive, right? And
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Especially if you have like medical emergencies. like my dog.
Extremely expensive.
He likes to eat everything, and so like he
Just
swallowed a
throw up.
squeaker from a toy, and that was a $2,000 vet bill. They had to surgically remove the squeaker from his
Oh my
gut.
goodness.
Which dog was
Yeah.
this?
This was my pug, Poopy. He's the one who I always have on the camera in the streams.
Pugs are
He
no
just
good.
turned 10.
Pugs
Well,
are trouble.
They
the
are.
reason
Pug I've
why-
known has been trouble.
Look at the
well, the
mic.
reason why I got a pug was because in our apartment they didn't allow dogs, but pugs are
Pugs
very,
are a dog,
like,
Mike.
You can
Pugs are a
sneak
dog.
them in easier because they're not
I
as.
know
like,
what you're saying.
What did you
Mike.
shove him in a backpack?
No,
Well,
listen. When you can sneak a dog in, I know what you're saying, Mike. Because my neighbors, I
Yep.
know they ain't paying that. But they got tiny dogs in there that be barking, and I'm like, I know they ain't paying that bill. I know they ain't caught this. This dog ain't that.
Yeah. You know what's funny is he doesn't ever bark unless it's at the TV. But like our landlord actually showed up, and my husband just like held him, and like
Mhm.
he was just quiet the whole time. Didn't even see. the landlord just kind of like walked in and left. But I'm like, oh my god, I hope he doesn't bark. Didn't bark a single time. So like he's very easy to sneak in, and so that's why we got a pug, was because like we really wanted a dog, but you know, we like when you're if you don't want to spend the fucking, I think it was like $250 for the pet
we had
expense
to pay
for the
that. We had to pay $500 for the one-time
Oh my
$500 fee
God.
to have a dog. Yep.
This was 10 years ago, so it's
And
much
it-
cheaper back then,
and-
but
and-
still a
Yeah,
lot.
because dogs are
There's-
so popular now. And then again, something
Mhm.
else that was popularized during the pandemic, getting you a dog at home, you know, because everybody had a support pet, right? And that was
Mhm.
what people were doing. And I was thinking about doing it for myself. Like, I need a friend, but my AI device, I don't want to say its name, but that became my friend. I would be talking to it randomly. I would play games. Yeah. It was a whole thing. And then I was like, my best friend's like, girl, get you a pet. No, get you a pet.
Mhm.
So I said, I'm gonna get a dog. And then when I went, I'm like, girl, I'm not walking this thing. And then
Well-
I'm like my home
Is your dog standing on the floor?
Yeah.
All right, he's tall. All right, I see it
Yeah,
now.
Oh, if you're sitting, he's at eye level.
Oh my goodness.
Hi, buddy.
And you're
It's-
sitting on like a regular computer chair?
This
You're
is
kinda high
a
up?
this is a desk chair. My camera's like up here.
Okay.
No, you can see that's a big dog. Like I picked up that's
Hey, buddy.
I've
I
seen
mean,
a couple of other doggies too, Car. They're very
if you
cute.
just
They're
look
very
at the head size comparison, I'm a whole ass human, and this is a dog. You see, and they're very close in size. I have 5 dogs.
Okay.
You have 5 dogs.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we're crazy.
Full house.
Are they all Great Danes?
Well, look, listen, people think I'm crazy, but pandemic hit, y'all was lonely and going nuts. Every day I had all my best friends here at home, you know? I already had my dog.
Other than the Great Dane. What
I've got a Great Dane, I've got 2 pets, a flat coat retriever mix, and my son's husky is downstairs somewhere.
Oh, you have a husky. They're so sweet.
Yeah, absolute ball
I
of
love all
chaotic
dogs, but-
energy.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I have 2 very low energy dog. I mean, a French bulldog is basically the same as a pug,
Right.
with slightly less medical problems.
Yes, French
as far
bulldogs
as-
can breathe.
knock on wood. Right. Thankfully, my pug doesn't have any issues with that as
That's-
well.
They
But
will,
my French.
unfortunately. I think every pug
Well, it
ends up having
depends.
as they get older.
You have to get
Sit down.
surgery on some of them, like where they like their nostrils
Oh.
are like actually. But yeah, thankfully mine doesn't have any problems there. He has a lot of stomach issues. Doesn't have the breathing problems that the pugs have, thankfully. But my
There-
French bulldog
this
is
is
actually
gonna
a
sound
pandemic
wrong,
dog.
but I don't mean it that way. But like, humans have bred all these different dogs,
Mhm.
and a pug is one of those dogs that like is an abomination.
That only exists because of
So a pug was not an OG dog.
no.
way. That
So
could not
So
exist.
different, yeah.
Yeah, in the
It-
wild, it would be.
it would not continue to survive without human intervention. It doesn't. So what you got to understand is you go back far enough, you had a wild variety of different wolves, which is what we started with. And, depending on the continent, you had some canines that were differently shaped than others. And while we domesticated them, they also, without realizing it, started domesticating themselves. You look at a wolf versus a dog, you'll notice their eyes started moving to the front of their face and got larger, making them more cute and attractive to us. And in addition to that, they started getting traits that made them more valuable to us. For instance, while these beloved humorous giants, like this boy desperately wanting my attention, were originally hunting dogs. Great Dane is short for Great Dane Hound. You can see by his ears, he's in fact a hound. They were hunting dogs. These were used by nobles to hunt larger prey through brush because they can stand above it and see when it darts around. And so we kind of saw a trait in a dog and used selective breeding manually to make more of that trait and amplify that trait. What you get with pugs is people deciding to make dogs strictly for cosmetics. And in this case, they're like, hey, we think these face wrinkles are cool. Let's breed more of those in, and let's make their heads bigger, and let's keep giving them more face wrinkles. And then someone's like, hey, they're going to have trouble breathing at a certain point. Keep going. You know, we're gonna find plenty of
It's fucked up. Yeah.
we're gonna find plenty of well-to-do white folks that are happy to sit there and cotton swab their face folds to make sure that they can breathe. And you know, a lot of small dogs were bred as like hot water bottles,
I'm
basically.
looking at the original pug now. I'm like, dang, that don't look nothing.
Well, that's the thing. We fucked them up through inbreeding. Same with Chihuahuas. English bulldogs are destroyed completely. You know, that's another breed that would not live without human intervention. Like their litters would probably just die shortly after being delivered, if they could even be delivered. And that's not to say, listen, there's many great pug owners, French bulldog owners, and Boston Terrier owners out there. My main reason for not getting the small ones is because I'm enormous. What would I be doing walking around with a purse dog? Like, hello, this is Mittens. This is my Yorkie poo.
They act like human children. So if you already have human children, you don't
I
need
do.
dogs to act like human children.
I have both.
So,
It's great.
Children. Dogs will be children forever. You got to do what you got to do with your kids.
No,
forever
but
with dogs.
but a big dog acts way different than a small dog. Small dogs are very needy and whiny, at least in my experience.
Yeah.
I've been around many small
I
dogs,
can-
many
Shh,
medium-sized dogs.
you're proving him wrong. Shush, shush, shush.
Yeah, that's pretty much spot on. Like my back is sore because I had to sleep like sideways because my dog took up my spot in the bed and my other one was sitting by my leg, so I'm like sitting like, you know, kind of curled up like a pretzel. They have to be by your side. You know, they're couch potatoes with you, but they're sweet. You know, I would die for them.
They
my
are.
children.
Listen,
Also,
and
big dogs are usually sweeter, and little dogs are usually vicious.
That's slander, Matt. That's
Because
scare.
because they think they are as big as a big dog. They don't realize how small they are.
That's true about Chihuahuas. So my mom had a Chihuahua. My mom and dad had like a couple of Chihuahuas, and those fuckers are so goddamn mean. Like they have literally attacked like people who came to my mom's house, and like you can hold like my mom had a little Chihuahua named Spike. He was like this big his whole life, and you would hold him and then put him down, and then he'd start barking at you like viciously, like he wants.
yeah, because the Chihuahuas, as we currently know them, were bred to sit on your lap and keep you warm. That's literally what they were bred for. Previously, they were varmint hunters. And the thing is that first of all, big dogs can be whiny if you've ever owned a Great Dane. Intensely talkative breed. And incidentally, despite their size, which normally would size them out of being a good home or even apartment dog, but they're so docile and mild-mannered that you get it outside, it'll run around and play. Take it inside, couch potato, and it will just flop down, usually on your bed like it owns it, and just lay around all day. So if you're someone who's busy,
like that even as a puppy.
Yeah, I mean he'd get the zoomies, but at the same time, if you just sit around all day, he'll just sit around all day.
So you just sit around all day, Car?
It comes in phases, you know. Sometimes I'm very active and I drag my family out to do really active things like camping, going to music festivals, going to amusement parks or the dog park. But sometimes, listen, you know, there's a new Zelda game out, so you gotta beat it as soon as you can. So, or you know, you don't discover Minecraft till your 30s, and you gotta get that Ender Dragon. So. Or sometimes, you know, the Fortnite season's almost up, so you gotta
that's
complete
tomorrow,
your.
by the way. You know that, right?
Yeah, you gotta.
My 8-year-old will be, you know, grinding tomorrow all day, as much as I can to get to that level 100 for that Optimus Prime skin.
Yeah, you gotta get that whole battle pass unlocked.
What drops tomorrow? Look, because I don't know. I just know that the guys I date know this.
The Fortnite season ends tomorrow.
What is this?
So in Fortnite, there's a battle pass that you can buy every season that as you progress and level up, you get the ability to unlock skins, basically cosmetics for your little guy that you shoot people with. And basically the season and all your progress you have till tomorrow. to complete that and get all of them.
So if you don't do it tomorrow, you can't get
It starts all over with a new season after tomorrow.
So
and
It's like all new skins, yeah.
Oh, so like you have to try to make it to say that you conquered that.
yes, the skin's a bragging point, you know, and usually the final skin, the level 100 skin, is usually something licensed from some other intellectual property. This season, it's Optimus Prime. Make you look like the Transformer. This season's rewards were weak. I checked out pretty early on. I've had, there's been some great seasons. Like one season, they gave you Spider-Gwen from Spider-Verse. That was an amazing season, and her skin was amazing. I had to have it because I love everything Spider-Man. So that was a good season. And Darth Vader was one year, and Star Wars is GOAT. So, you know, you find a skin you want.
Mario Kart, or
that's good though.
The Pokemon little Tetris thing, and Sonic the Head, anything that was on like Sega Genesis, Sega, and what is it? The OG Nintendo. That was my life. Everything after pretty much that, I don't know. Like I did Street Fighter.
Okay.
Mortal
Okay,
Kombat.
yeah.
Okay. That was
Mortal Kombat 1 is out. You should definitely try it. You might enjoy it. It's so violent.
See, yeah, and now it's not violent like when we were kids, you know, hi-ya.
No.
And people just, you know, pick your fire kind of thing. Now, I mean, they slitting throats. You see everything coming out.
It is so violent that the game devs are infamously in therapy because they've had to animate so much graphic violence that it's messing with their brains. Because Mortal Kombat 10 introduced the X-ray thing where you do certain moves and it X-rays and shows you exactly the bones you're breaking in their body. So someone has to animate that, and these guys are so messed up from making it that they'll be walking around and like see people or their own child and seeing that happen, and they had to go to therapy for it. It's great. I love that game.
That is so crazy.
Yeah. Video games are
I'm
awesome.
gonna go ahead and duck out right here. I didn't finish my super chats, but I'll have to get to them next week.
Hey, thank you to whoever liked my setup. I did see that, by the way.
Yeah. I was gonna say there was one up on the screen. I'll leave it highlighted so that way Matt can pick up and just go.
Oh, we went so hard off on a tangent.
See, it was me. I came in and started talking y'all to death. But by mic, I'm sliding too, right? A couple people were asking me where they can still donate for me. It's on, what is it, PayPal, RebeccaAzor@gmail.com. PayPal, Rebecca Azor, that's my first and last name, @gmail.com. I got my Cash App corrected, so you can do that there as well, at Becca's Voice on Cash App. But y'all, I gotta go. Thank you for letting me come in late.
Thanks for dropping in.
Very nice to meet you, Rebecca.
No, it's not that big of a deal. You probably feel so much better and needed it.
Oh, I feel good. Now I'm gonna be up for 5 hours. No, I'm going back to bed. I'm about to shower and go back to bed. I love you guys so much. Mean it.
Take care.
I will see you guys next Thursday. Bye, guys.
All right, I'm out too. Nice talking to you, Car. Matt, I'll
Hey,
see you
good
next
talking to you. It was good to talk to you. Matt, if you want to roll out the last of the super chats, we can do that. I had when you're done, I had like 3 left, and then we can part ways via con Dios.
There's actually quite a few on this end, so it's up to you. Do you want to stick around, or you want to just do yours, and then you could bow out too? It's totally up to you.
Well, you know what? It's after midnight where I am, so I don't know where you are located, but I'll knock out mine here.
So it's at the same time.
Okay. So let's see here. I just have a few. National. Hey, the Matt Mercy hit me up on X for a code, same name. That was due to my $2. That was due to my comment about wanting to get my Blue Sky invite approved. Sisyphean Task, $5. How can we combat liberals from subsuming leftist ideas movement without engaging in gatekeeping? Thanks for speaking on addiction tonight as well. You're welcome. I see that as something eating up a lot of people in my own community, and it also is affecting people who you really don't realize. Everyday folks all around hiding that addiction. Even people where it hasn't stopped them from getting a job and whatnot, they're still struggling with it. So it's a big deal. How to combat, my guy, do you mind? So, how to combat liberals from subsuming leftist ideas and movements. No, what you do is you're not really going to stop them, because the neolibs, the donors, and all their ad campaign money, they're going to do what they're going to do. Libs are going to lib. You stay the course, and you get as much voice and power behind what it is that you need, and don't be afraid to also call out when people are corrupting your message. That's all I can really say on that. That said, I have limited experience as an actual organizer or campaigner, so there's other people to ask about that. I just saw one more come through from Narrator, $10. Thank you, Narrator. Left is best. That's all he had to say, or he or she had to say. So that is all that I had. In advance, if you had any other compliments for me in your super chats, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, because I will probably part ways here and make sure family's doing okay and figure out what the hell my dogs want.
You might have stayed longer than any other guest has ever stayed. Usually they bounce after about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Hour and a half?
Rarely do they stay for the super chats. Everyone, really, if you're not subscribed to Car's channel, please go do so. I will drop the link once again.
Thank you for having me on the show. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to ramble. It's easy for me to stay up and keep going when given the mic, so I appreciate that. I hope I at least gave people something worthwhile. So
I think it was really great. So I think it's great because I was unfamiliar with you and your channel before today. So great to discover you. Great to meet you, and I look forward to talking with you really soon. You definitely got to come back on.
Yep. I'll stay on you folks to have me back on, and I'm sure you'll have another subject that I'm knowledgeable on. It's limited, but there's a few. Definitely, if you all discuss like police reform, prison reform, or IDPOL, those are kind of my specialties, as well as obviously black liberation, which is sort of what I've couched my whole channel in. But to the assembled audience, I am Carr. I am a black anarchist parent who does YouTube essays and the occasional streams, and let's learn and grow together. All right. Yom Hotep, everybody. Thank you and have a good night.
Take care, Carr. Nice to have you on.
All right, everyone. So, for those of you who have stuck around on stream, I greatly appreciate all of the views and the absolutely insane outpouring of generous support via super chats. So I hope you all have a really great evening. I am pushing the 6-hour mark, though, so I do need to go and make sure all is well. And hopefully I get the opportunity to get enough time and motivation to get that next scripted video out. I know some of my patrons are watching as well, and I thank you all for all of your support. Please take care of your communities, hold your loved ones close, build systems outside of the government and state apparatus, and have a